Hi everybody. Let's start right now. How are you everyone? Uh, how everything been today? Yeah, let's watch some crazy show. Yeah, that's the other night with we'll watch the crazy Amish.
Your marriage coverture away from the government. Don't you dare say anything about it to those goons. Catholics.
Yep,
This little man right here is exactly why we militantly rebuked that satanic witches coven across the street from here in August. Opium. A derivative of opium from the poppy plant.
So,
you are dealing with street drug dealers in a lab white coat.
Yeah.
From the poppy plant.
A little dramatic.
From the poppy plant.
A little dramatic.
From the poppy plant.
The midwife will be like, "Oh, things aren't going well. We need to transfer you to the hospital immediately. It's an emergency."
Yeah, and again, a little dramatic.
Well, I've been around in my entire life.
Oh. See? That's what happens when the Amish man gone crazy. He's just an Amish man. Living in an Amish man. Just an Amish man. Amish man. Just an Amish man. Let's see more of the crazy Amish man. Man who looks Amish.
Well, our building doesn't. Our building, but. Hey, if God is for what you're doing, they are pagan buildings. That's where they came from. I mean, it's a good thing that was only in the 1st century, because there's no pagans today that worship in church buildings. Well, that's right. Yes, there is. Brethren, there are no excuses. There are no excuses for you to continue going to a pagan building. Isn't that interesting? The King James Bible says that a pagan man in the 1st century referred to his pagan building, where they worshipped a pagan goddess, as a church. Yeah, that'd be right. Then this old King James Bible uses a more archaic word, temples. Because all it is just another Roman Catholic translation, is all this stupid thing is. You just translate, make the words say what you want it to say, Here we have the New American Bible, this is a Catholic Bible, St. Joseph edition. I've showed this thing before, but look at that, all-seeing eye, it's Lord. Their Lord, not mine. Assembly. Called out assembly, you don't call it a church there in the text. Very, very good point. And he brought this verse up and he made a comment about this, and I got to thinking about it, and I thought, I think I heard that one time, but I completely forgot about this. Important. Put down the popcorn or the remote or whatever you're, there. Get your King James Bible. And I'm going to play this video, and I'm going to marry, take Bill to be your, awfully wedded husband. Yes, I do, And he says, and now by the power pronounced by the state of Sodomites, watch this. That time has arrived. Many, many years ago. I'm going to do a very important video here. I heard there's at least 2 green screens there with the Botswana updates about this. I looked into it, this whole thing of Steven Anderson. And he's
everywhere I go this week, it is being made known unto me that tomorrow is World Warfare.
Crazy Amish man. You just an Amish man. Amish Amish man. He's just an Amish. He's just a man. He's just an Amish man. Amish man. Amish man. Crazy Amish man. Yes, Amish man.
Sin versus Science. What kind of title is that? Creative title, I guess, but the question comes up, how should we witness to people that don't believe in God? You get these atheists, they come out and they say, what proof do you have that God exists? We need to see proof. If you could just prove to me, scientifically, that there's some proof for your Bible or God or whatever else. And Christians will get sidetracked by that. And I'm going to show you, it isn't about science, it's about sin.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm
Or
good.
afternoon for us. Good. I just thought I would come in and keep you company until someone shows up.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
I
you
really
been
like the...
Yeah.
Nothing. I just got up a little bit ago. Uh-oh, I'm running now.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark.
Hi,
So
Eden.
funny how it sounds like Mark, too. Mark, bark, 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 bark.
Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark.
Well, Eden.
Stony derangement syndrome, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We think of what
Strikes
happened
again.
the other night with Big Bad Mama and the PGs.
I think that Big Bad Mama is going to verbally carpet bomb the Proverbs guys if they try to go after him again. So I don't think it's going to go very well for them.
Carpet bomb.
That's right. I think it's going to go about as well for them as it went for the Vietnamese jungle. Let's put it that way.
I was thinking more like an underwear bomb.
Yeah, that works too. Different kind of carpet, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one works.
That was good. That was good. Gives me hope for the rest of the show.
There you go. It's a strong start. It's a strong start for the show. It can only move forward positively from such a solid foundation, right, Gangster Ghost?
Yeah. Well, would you like to see Keely's come on here and he said he wanted to come on my show to challenge Big Bad Mama.
To challenge me? Oh, to challenge Big Bad Mama. I thought you said to challenge you. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be great. I would love to see Achilles try and fail at challenging Big Bad Mama again, because their last discussion that they had was so one-sided. It was just Big Bad Mama came with actual data and knowledge as you would expect a geologist to have, even though Achilles and Steven have both implied that, like, Big Bad Mama's a fake geologist, which I find pretty amusing. It's kind of like how Dan was like, oh, I was just joking when I said you worked at a fake war museum. It's like, yeah, that's why you guys say that everybody in our community fakes everything they do all the time. It's because they're just joking, right? It's just, haha, LOL, it's just a joke, guys.
Actually, he wanted to challenge about what Big Bad Mama said on here about he did research in his past. He said he wanted to come on and
I thought Achilles said that Big Bad Mama's past wasn't relevant to him. I thought that's what he said.
Big Bad Mama's past. Big Bad Mama did research to in his past. Achilles.
That I have heard.
What's going on with what is even up with that? Like, who gives a crap what's going on in his past? That's what I'm like, you know.
The thing that I find entertaining by that is that Achilles perceives a threat. Uh-oh. Time to go.
Hi, Big Bad Mama.
How are you guys?
All right, well, good. Missing Mod, make sure you run away before Big Bad Mama brings up an evolution debate.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't you run.
Hi, Big Bad Mama. Was that crazy
Hi.
the other night?
Where's Achilles?
I did.
I want to ask him why he's investigating everybody.
He's getting his hoplite armor on, Big Bad Mama. Just give him a minute.
And then he's upset when I say I do my own investigation. He's like, "Oh no!"
He said
Isn't that what they've always done? Sorry, go ahead,
He's
Gigi.
a stupid man.
Who said
That one's almost as iconic as the. It's almost as iconic as the boom, boom, Mark, boom.
And then I wrote in the yeah, exactly. And then I wrote in the chat. I said, "Steven, you're a homeschooled fool." And then somebody said, "Well, just because you're homeschooled doesn't make you a fool." I said, "I'm talking about Steven. He was homeschooled on Hoven DVDs."
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Steven came back and goes, "They weren't only Hoven DVDs." Like there was some great wisdom that he was educated on that, frankly, I can't see in anything that he says.
Steven was raised on the VHS box set of Truth, Big Bad Mama, and if you don't realize that, then it's not his problem, all right?
That's hilarious. He wanted to come on my show to challenge you over that.
What I was saying was, yes, Big Bad Mama has said before that they've looked into Achilles' past, but correct me if I'm wrong now that you're actually here, Big Bad Mama, but I don't think you've ever said that in a way that's like, oh, I got dirt on him. No. You know, I got info on him. So the fact that he just immediately precedes that as a threat. Like if somebody said to me, I looked into your past, Aiden, I know all about your past, I'd be like, okay, great. We just don't have anything to worry about.
Right. If you've got nothing to worry about, you've got nothing to worry about. Like I've got nothing to worry about in my past. But
I don't either.
You know, Achilles and Steven made a show investigating Father Charles, if I'm not mistaken. We all remember
this. They pulled up the church that he supposedly worked at, that Father Charles had told them before that he lives very close. But now they didn't get the right church. I'm not surprised. But they pulled up this church and said, this is the church that Father Chuck goes to and supposedly goes to. And we called them and we talked to this person that works there. And they said that they didn't know him. Yeah, so they absolutely doxed him.
They made a whole show about it. And then I was on a stream with Achilles, and I said, why are you investigating everybody? And he gave some statement like either God or Jesus was like, you know, demanding it or something like that. And so at that point, it's like, you know, this guy is crazy. He's investigating people. You know, I'm going to do a little looking myself. And, you know, I did some looking myself. And that's all I basically said is I found some stuff. I'm not saying, you know, there's dirt or anything.
And he's going to come in here and he's going to say, what horrible things have you found about me, Big Mama, Bad Mama? Come expose me. And you haven't ever said anything like that.
Yeah, and I'll say I haven't found anything horrible about you. I just know who you are, and I know a lot about you.
That he's his dad is Zeus, and
that's what I found. It's exactly what I found, Logan.
And stay out.
As I always said that. Yeah.
But anyway, that's where that all came from. They started that thing with the Father Charles doxing video that they made.
It's like they were trying to get you, you know, insult you or something, just to trigger you to come in.
Right.
And they were doing it all wrong, you know?
Well, especially since I wasn't even listening. I muted them, and then I would just fire off a chat missile from the chat, you know, saying, they said there's much more written about Jesus than Julius Caesar. And I came back with, well, Julius Caesar wrote his own histories and was written about by multiple historians during his
There's
lifetime.
overwhelming contemporary evidence of
Right.
Julius Caesar and his
Right.
life.
And then Tim goes, well, it's, he backtracked and said, well, Julius Caesar was a famous, he was the most
He said
famous.
Pontius Pilate.
Well, then he said Pontius Pilate after that.
I would
First
say,
he
as
used-
far as the most famous people in human history, Jesus ultimately has been the most famous person in human history, arguably, and yet we don't have any contemporary accounts of him in his lifetime. He has all these hundreds of witnesses that are talked about in the scriptures, and yet none of those people ever left an account.
Right. Those guys were butthurt because I went on Missing Maud's channel, and Josh and Tim were having this long, drawn-out conversation, and they, you had AJ there, you had Peter, Ghost, you were there, and it was like, this has just gone on too long. I'm going to go in there and mix it up a little bit, and then, Tim just wasn't having it. I said, I'm going to give the atheist perspective, and they didn't really want the atheist perspective on it.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked for one. But I think they said at one point in their stream, they were like, "Big Bad Mama, do you accept that there's evidence that Pontius Pilate existed?" And it's like, yeah, obviously Pontius Pilate existed.
It just
have
didn't
records
match
of
the Bible. It just doesn't match the account in the Bible.
Yeah, the character of Pontius Pilate in the Bible is fundamentally different from the character of Pilate that we know in history. Pontius Pilate did indeed exist. He was indeed the legate of this region. He did have authority over it. And it wasn't just regular civil governmental authority. It was actually a military authority because of the recent rebellions by the Maccabees and the potential rebellion that ended up panning out after Jesus' death in the Great Jewish Revolt. So there was basically like a military junta ruling that area that Pilate was a representative of underneath Herod. And Pilate, we know historically, got removed from that region because he was so cruel. Even though he was a military governor overseeing a Roman occupation by a civilization that most people can agree is pretty cruel, and ultimately the Romans are capable of some pretty nasty stuff, they thought that he was so cruel that they removed him. And yet his character as described in the Bible, yeah, he's glib and he's dismissive of Jesus, but he still ultimately gives him this fair shake, quote unquote. He demonstrates this like willingness to listen and hear him out to an extent that you just don't really see with the actual historical character of Pilate. So yeah, Pontius Pilate existed. We have evidence of him, but we don't have evidence that he tried a man named Jesus of Nazareth.
I mean, it's like the difference between Abraham Lincoln, the historical character, and then Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunter from the movie.
Right.
Or George Washington, werewolf hunter.
Oh, is there one? Is there a movie?
That's just something I'm
that's a good idea, though.
Well, Aiden.
It's
Alf.
The comparison I made.
Stopped.
The comparison that I made before with both Josh and Tim is, especially with characters like whether it be Jesus or Joseph, not Mary's husband, but the Old Testament Joseph, you and Moses. You've got examples of characters that are so significant in their time period, supposedly, but we have no evidence of. The equivalent in America would be like in the Revolutionary War, if John Adams, we have all these claims about John Adams. He's so incredibly significant to the Revolutionary War. He was elected vice president by the 69 electoral votes in, I believe that was 1789 that he was first elected? George Washington
so.
Adams?
I believe
so. So the first ever election.
Hold on.
of these two major figures, these two pivotal figures in American history, it would almost be like if we didn't have any of those electoral votes. We didn't have any of the evidence of any account of John Adams having ever existed. We have everybody else, Alexander Hamilton, all these other people that were there to oversee the founders of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. They're all there. But Adams just doesn't have any account whatsoever. But we're all just expected to believe that Adams was a real person. That's the equivalent that we're talking about. It sounds absurd, to say that to an American, that there's no account of John Adams. Of course there is. There's overwhelming accounts of his existence. So I think it's easy to abstract the absurdity of that when you're talking about societies like ancient Egypt and you're talking about societies like ancient Rome that are just so far removed from a modern context that it's far easier to kind of like to abstract those things and to try to think of them outside of how you would probably think of that very situation if it was more contemporary, historically speaking.
Well, people always use Alexander the Great and if he actually existed, because there are no writings of Alexander the Great, I think, during his life. And I don't think that he wrote anything. But, I think we have the effects of his occupations of various places.
The archaeological evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Achaemenid Persian Empire that existed under Darius III at that point in time, we're talking about the 6th century BC. The Achaemenid Persian Empire is a very interesting exception, historically speaking, to states like the Romans, because they didn't collapse at a period of decline. And if anything, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was ascendant at that point in time. They had fantastic governments. They had fantastic armies. The organization of their state was unlike basically anything else in the world at that point outside of maybe, Han Dynasty China. But
was this like pre-Cyrus, pre-Xerxes?
This is post-Cyrus and Xerxes.
Oh, okay.
So Cyrus is the man that established the Achaemenid Persian state. He was also, a very famous biblical character for sending the Jews back out of their exiles. And that's actually an innovation that he had from the previous Medo-Persian rule, or Babylonian rule, which tried to intentionally displace populations. It was a very common tactic in the ancient world. It's one that Hadrian used on the Jews when the Great Jewish Revolt was ended by his son Titus. The Great Jewish Diaspora. It's a similar tactic that was used on them before with the Babylonians. Anyways,
we use the same thing on the Native Americans.
It's true. It's in the Trail of Tears with Andrew Jackson. That's correct. Yeah, no, it's very.
I mean, we displaced Native Americans to completely different parts of the continent. To Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
The Cherokees to Oklahoma, and other Apaches to Oklahoma, and.
Yeah, no,
go ahead, Aiden. I'm
it's
sorry,
a very common. You. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a very deep topic, so it's okay to have. It's okay to have. Kind of trails off. Go ahead, Gigi. You were going to say something.
Oh, but back in Jesus' time, was most of the people there literate?
Most of the people were illiterate. That is correct. However, the people that were literate would have been people like those that Jesus encountered many times throughout the scriptures. You have him encountering scribes and Pharisees and tax collectors and people that are among that some 10% of people at that time that were literate. So yes, the vast majority of the population was functionally illiterate. That is true. Jesus himself was probably almost, if he was a historical figure, was almost certainly illiterate.
But the occupiers themselves were literate. I mean, the Romans, and the Romans did have historians that were in the area.
Correct. Correct. And we have evidence of events like the census that took place around the time of the birth of Jesus. That's described in the Bible, and we have evidence of that census. And we have Mary, we have Mary and we have Joseph, the husband of Mary. They're both counted in that census, but Jesus isn't. And that's very interesting, historically speaking, because he should be. Even the argument is made sometimes, oh, well, they won't count. I've heard Mark say this, actually. They wouldn't count children, which isn't true, but, well, they wouldn't count them because it's less convenient. Well, those children would eventually become future taxpayers. They would become future, citizens potentially, but most likely just ultimately vassals underneath the Roman state, underneath this Judean government that's being ruled by Herod, which is one of the client kingdoms set up by Mark Antony. But anyways, going back to the Achaemenid Persians, their empire undoubtedly collapsed in a very rapid period of time. In less than a decade, it went from being utterly ascendant to going on the back foot to being completely destroyed and being replaced by the Diadochi, the successors of Alexander the Great, of whom we all have overwhelming historical evidence of their existence. You have Seleucus, you have Ptolemy, you have Antigonus. So you have several of these Diadochi, the successor generals, basically, underneath Alexander, his lieutenants during his lifetime. And they went on to go found successor kingdoms of those pieces of Alexander's empire, even all the way up to the Indus Valley in India. The Indo-Greeks that lived in that region actually innovated some of the earliest Buddhist art that we have available to us, including the earliest known depiction of the Buddha, I believe, was created by an Indo-Greek artist from the Indo-Greek kingdom successor state.
Ah, that's cool.
Hey, can I, before you guys start again, can I point out that the chat has completely stopped in here for some reason, but it's still going?
Oh.
It's weird.
I thought it was because they were mesmerized by our communication.
No. Yeah, kind of. I mean, they're responding to it, but it's just not coming up in here for some reason.
Big Bad Mama, would you like to talk to Achilles about?
He needs to chill a little bit before I'll talk to him. He seemed a little angry during that last stream.
He said
everybody was a little angry.
Yeah, he said he wanted to come on my show to talk to you.
Oh, well, he can come on right now if he wants.
Yeah, at least he has the spoons to actually come on here, unlike Steven.
Yeah, I'll talk to Achilles anytime.
It's funny because Steven was trying to use the whole, oh, Big Bad Mama, you think you're such a big man when you've got Peter to hold your hand, but you won't come on my show. It's like, Steven, you never come on here. Get out of here.
You
never come on here.
Pretty much. You sound just like him. So funny.
I might be good at impressions. I've been told that on occasion.
Really?
I know.
I gotta hear these impressions. Oh, I heard the Big Bad Mama one.
I heard an imitation of me yesterday while I was driving.
I know you didn't hear that.
I can't get nasally enough for Big Bad Mama.
That's not what I said. What I said was I do the Hovind voice, but I turn up the nasal factor. That's what I said. Come on now.
I was.
You gotta stop mind quoting me in the situation, Big Bad Mama.
I'm sorry.
I always love mind quoting. I've always imagined like an interviewer walking up to a coal. What do you have to say, coal mine? Just dripping in the background.
But Brother Pike's having a show tonight.
Oh wow.
Good.
That's great.
Jeez. Real supportive. Is it the third installment?
Yeah. Price of eggs is getting way too expensive these days. That's all I'm gonna say in regards to that.
And part 3, that's when they find something that wasn't there before. That what happened in Trinities.
What?
You know, in movies and Trinities, part 3, they find something that wasn't there before. Right, Brother Pike?
Oh, that's right.
See?
Now, I'm not saying to everybody to go and egg Christian's house, but what I am saying is that the price of eggs in Georgia is significantly low right now, and people should probably take advantage of that.
Who told you the price of eggs in Georgia was low right now? Are you drunk on drugs?
I'm pretty sure
Drunk
alcohol
on
is a
drugs.
drug, so that would be true. Yes,
You're drunk on
that would be true.
drugs.
I'm not. No, not right now. Not right now.
I've been turnt all afternoon.
You've been turned, have you? Wow.
I've leaned in crunk, I think they call it.
Wow.
I
Christian,
tend
have you
toward
imbibed in
tipsy.
strong drink?
I have been tripping, Aiden.
Wow.
I've been
In the past?
Strong
I've been
drink at the
known
time of the
to,
Bible is like 10%
I think he
alcohol
means
by
tripping.
volume.
Like
Oh,
what
he's
do the
been
kids
tripping
call
out.
it?
tripping on
Boogie
life?
woogie, and is that what they call it?
High on
No,
life.
that's not
That's
what
what
they
Christian
call it.
is right now.
High on meth. What?
Brother Pike, would you like me
Yes,
to
sir.
make you co-host?
I thought we were gonna make Mething Mod co-host. What the heck?
Mething mod.
It's an Adam
I
Lord
don't know
joke.
about that. I don't know. Hey, I gotta get back to the GPS. Bye.
Bye.
Much like
stay
Adam
out.
Lore himself, it's largely disappeared, but I figured I'd bring it back.
But
I need to start doing that on my show and just act like I started it.
There you go.
did-
There you go.
I
Missing
did send,
Mencia.
email to
Missing man.
Sorry, go ahead.
hope he joins.
Who?
Keely, if he came on here, Big Bad Mama, what would you tell him about?
I'd say, Achilles, I love you.
Oh,
Aww.
And I think that we can work through our differences, except for the flat Earth stuff
What?
and the young Earth creationist stuff, and most of
Is
the
that
other
the
stuff we
hang-up?
believe in.
And
Then-
the Hovind worship.
Right, and the Hovind worship. But apart from all that, I think we can work things out.
oh, that's good. Yeah, he was real mad the other night. He said, if you found something bad about me, he gave you permission to tell everyone.
Oh, that's nice of him.
So
I just told him in the chat I had no interest in doing anything like that, that he started this, and then he denied it, of course, which is like, yeah, you're first of all, you're denying that you did that show on Father Charles. And then you're denying that we had a conversation where you said that you're investigating everybody, including Father Charles. So he denied it and denied any responsibility there. I don't like those types of threats.
oh, sorry.
Especially from those bozos.
I, on the other hand, love those types of threats.
Oh, I forgot to tell you
I love it
guys.
when I get a death threat in the mail. I'll kill you. I'll kill your whole family. It just really fills me with like a warm sense of love and compassion for the human race.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know you're special then. What the?
That's right. That's right.
Lupin got his infrared glasses or whatever they are.
Infrared
Yeah,
glasses?
What are they, Mon? Night vision.
Does he have
glasses.
night vision?
Night
He has
vision,
night
yeah.
vision. He has some cheap, like, $150 Alibaba
that's
night vision goggles. Okay.
Exactly what he paid
It's
for
a
'em.
night vision optical, right? Isn't that
Is
what
it
they're called?
exactly what he paid for them? Because that's the price of them on Alibaba.
He was going to take them back. He was thinking of taking them back, sending them back, but because he
Yeah.
thought he paid too much. But you have to pay a lot for a good pair of
No.
those.
Night vision goggles, bare minimum, you're looking at spending $400 to $500
a
on
piece
even
that
like
goes
an
on a gun.
entry level.
Oh,
It's an optic for a gun.
Optic, that's what it is. Sorry. And see, the chat is going. They're asking questions. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to read them all.
read them.
I'll read Phantoms. Phantom says, BBM, do you think you'll be able to work through the dirt bike stuff?
Achilles, you're tearing up the environment and the landscape. What do you have to say for yourself?
Achilles, I'm just gonna say, Achilles, you're creating a lot of dust when you're going around on that dirt bike. You know, you think there's any children around when you're going around with that dust, Achilles? I don't know.
That's a good point. That's what I'll bring up. A great point.
hell do you tie those two together? It's just.
I'm going to use that in my next conversation with Dan.
Yeah.
What about Achilles' dirt bike?
I think he's causing the forest fires there with his dirt bike. That's what I think. I think that's a very reasonable assumption. I mean, like, it's a gasoline powered vehicle. Sometimes those exhausts can backfire. It backfires on a pile of dry leaves. Next thing you know.
Why doesn't the Greek government pave all the roads there?
I recently wrote the Greek government, and I demanded that they pay 80 million euros to pave all of the pathways in Greece.
I thought I
Yeah, I
told
wish
you
they
to stay
would.
out.
I wish they would.
Guess what they're having? Today is Dan's show. Tomorrow is Ouija board 2.0 demonic magnification by AI.
Wow.
Can we just be grateful for
I'm
1 minute?
Dan has his own show. He's
It's
coming up in the ranks. Look at him.
It's Deviant's birthday. Can we wish her happy birthday?
Yeah.
It is?
It's Deviant's birthday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday,
Deviant. Wherever you are.
Is she here? She ain't here?
No, I don't think so. But
I
maybe
would
she's.
send
I hope
maybe
Soot.
she's listening.
I hope Soot is spoiling you today, Deviant.
Right.
with that money.
Happy birthday. But can we all just be grateful that this community wouldn't be fun without these guys? We have that.
Some of them
wouldn't be fun without. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, some of them more than others.
I'm sure they think that about us too.
You know who I hope joins this stream? Bruce.
He won't.
I also hope that.
I doubt he will.
Oh, I need to talk to Logan. That's why I
Because the
came
chat's
back.
going out there, we won't even see
Stop
him.
inviting me onto this panel, Gangster Ghost.
He's doing it right now.
Missy Mod, you were mentioning gray aliens the other day.
Yeah.
And then I saw Tim with his haircut, and the gray aliens just flashed into my mind.
What?
That's
I'm
mean,
sorry.
Big Bad Mama.
I'm sorry, they did.
Achilles said himself yesterday, he said they haven't gone after you, Tim, but it's only a matter of time, and you're proving him right. You're proving him right, Big Bad Mama.
I just launched the first salvo.
That's
I
right.
thought he looks like
Skylar.
Skylar, yeah. What if
Phantom
he is
says
Skylar?
Bruce is at church, surely.
Oh yeah. That's true.
Hey guys, Big Bad Mama here. Tim's ugly.
I didn't say that. I just said he looked like a gray alien. Now, I happen to think gray aliens are cute.
Oh.
What? Whoa.
So, Tim, I think you're cute.
Why would you say something like that, Big Bad Mama? Why would you? It's really incendiary.
Oh,
I
he
thought
had
it
a
was
show
funny.
earlier, Tim. And I asked him if
boy.
he'd like to come on. He said he had to see because he's going to church.
He did a show?
Yeah.
I thought it was
on
a
the
premiere.
Proper Guys.
Oh.
Oh, and
These poor guys
Yeah,
work all week, and then they have to go to church on Sunday. It sucks for them.
You just stay home all the time. Well, not all the time, but you don't even have to.
I do
that.
not stay home all the time.
I know that. I mean, like you don't go to work or church, so you don't have to worry about it.
No.
I don't either.
I don't go to work.
Who's this guy? No?
Uh-oh.
And then some of them got to do Proverbs guy after church. I mean, like, holy.
Right.
Who are you?
Hello.
Hi, Claude.
No,
No, that's not Achilles, gangster.
Oh, happy birthday, Miss Outcast.
Happy birthday.
It's a birthday song. It ain't very long. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I had
I
a
thought it was
birthday
tomorrow.
this year too, you know.
Yeah. Hi, Claude.
to you.
Oh.
Happy birthday to you.
To you.
Happy
birthday, dear Deviant Outcast.
Outcast. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now you're 21.
Anyway, that's enough of that.
Now you can drink.
Yeah. Well, in Sweden you can drink from 18 and you can buy alcohol from 20.
God, that's a mistake.
Yes.
In one of the most alcoholic countries in the world, you can buy alcohol at 18. That makes a lot of sense.
No. You can drink at 18. You can only buy it from the store at 20.
Oh, well, what's the difference?
Well, the difference is that at 18 you can go out on town and be a drunk ass. It's not until you're 20 that you're allowed to be a drunk ass. Exactly. It's not. Yes.
You know, the other day was Sweetest Day.
Oh, really? What day was that?
I'm not sure, but I heard it was Sweetest Day.
Swedish Day, like around the world?
No, you were thinking of the vegetable Swedes Day. Yeah. You know, it's like turnips, but only they're called Swedes. You not heard of that?
No.
You have those? You look it up. A Swede is a vegetable, but like a turnip. Yeah.
Oh, it's like a term. I thought it was like a cabbage.
Well, it's a root. No, root vegetable.
Oh,
It was
well,
tonight.
that explains it.
Oh, it was yesterday. Sweetest Day. Is that your day?
It has to be. I thought our day was the 6th of June. June.
Well,
June
it's a day
6th.
when all chefs get together. You know the Swedish chef from the Muppets?
Oh, yes.
I can speak. Mush, mush, mush. Yeah.
Let's think about my check 23andMe. I'm not sure I did actually see it, but I'm not sure where you check to see if you have any Neanderthals.
I haven't checked yet. It's not something to do those tests. But I would be very surprised if I do that.
I think you're breaking off.
I have hundreds of Neanderthal variants.
Oh, you do? Do you have the what's the word? The occipital bun. The
what?
OCCPI. No, OCCIPIT.
Oh, occipital.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said something about bung.
No, bun. BUN.
My occipital bung was Neanderthal or something. Like, I'm getting a little private there.
Very much.
I don't know about my. Where is the occipital bone, in the forehead, or?
No, in the neck, right where your the atlas vertebra, where what's the word? Where the vertebra connects to the skull.
The neck bone connects to the ankle bone. The ankle bone connects.
Oh, that's the other end of the body, though. The ankle should be lower to the ground, at most cases, when you're standing, for instance.
So I met a bunch of celebrities yesterday.
Oh.
I met. Does anybody remember the Waltons?
Yeah.
John.
So I met the mother of the Waltons.
Mary Ellen.
No, the mother, Olivia. And then I met, do you remember One Day at a Time? Anybody?
No.
Okay, a little past that one. How about Ian Ziering? Do you know who that is?
No.
From Beverly Hills 90210?
Who's
He was
Earring?
Sharknado.
Oh, Sharknado, that guy?
Yeah.
I'm sure my mom would know who that guy is.
He was a nice guy. Yes, exactly. Most of these are like way before your time.
Oh, I know.
I met the little kid from Lost in Space, Bill Mummy.
Oh. He also was in Twilight Zone. Be
Yeah,
careful.
he was in one of the best Twilight Zones.
He could wish
Was
you
he
in
nice?
the cornfield.
Oh, they were all nice. Yeah.
Gangster Ghost.
Yeah.
Tim Matheson, who was Otter in Animal House.
I have a question for you.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Before they finalized the final concept for Joker 2, they were the original plan for Joker 2, and I kid you not, was going to be Joker in space. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that'd be great. They were talking about back in the day, John Copper wanted to buy the rights to Halloween and work with New Line to make Michael Myers in space.
I love the space horror movies and all those kinds of movies. They're great. They're great. I mean, like, there's actually good space horror movies, but like the ones that
Leprechaun in space.
Yes. Okay, I got to be honest with you. Leprechaun in the Hood is much better than Leprechaun in space. All right.
Well, if 3 people have witnessed leprechauns, it must be true, according to the Bible.
Aiden's a leprechaun.
3 people.
He is. He is very much.
I thought I was a gnome. I thought I was Bubblegum's like arch nemesis.
You're part gnome, part leprechaun.
Oh, I see.
Aiden,
I'm glad that I'm very tall creatures.
I met the guy from Casino that killed Joe Pesci with the ball bat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. He even had the ball bat there.
Frankie!
Oh, Miss Outcast.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Happened the other night?
No.
The PGs got very angry at Big Bad Mama. They went after him.
Oh, yeah. He said in the chat that he was under fire, but I don't know what happened. It was right when I was...
Do you want to play the part where they call me names?
Yes.
Not
Stupid man.
Yeah, that part. Because I actually haven't heard it yet. I've only heard Logan's excerpts.
'Cause don't break my heart, my stupid heart.
The PGs take on the Big Bad Mama. Fight in Mortal Kombat.
And I met Carlo from The Godfather. Do you know Carlo?
Yeah,
yes.
We know from way back.
He was nice.
Oh, sorry.
How did you meet?
He's in his 80s now.
What were you doing?
Up in Hollywood. They have a get-together.
Big Bad Mama knows people, so he can go and schmooze with D-list celebrities, and he tries to rub it in everybody's face. Do you know? I know the guy I know one of the guys that was an extra in The Waterboy. Aiden, did you know that?
Come on, Big Bad Mama does not sound like Dan.
He can't. Aiden can't get my voice deep enough, so he has to go higher.
It's hard to do nasal and deep at the same time. All right, it is.
But he's not nasal like that.
I'm not nasal.
Can you just let me bully Big Bad Mama in peace,
No.
Deviant? Okay,
No.
can we no?
Thank you,
All right,
Deviant.
it's inherently less fun when you're kicking sand in someone's face and someone walks up and is like, "Hey, you shouldn't be doing that."
And Mama, can you tell us? How we need to know a bit more. So, you were invited, for a reunion of actors.
It's a get together of celebrities where you go and you can have your pictures taken with them or buy photos with and they'll autograph them to you and that kind of thing. It's really fun because it's and of course a lot of them are from my generation from these old TV shows and stuff. Yeah. So.
You got to meet Will Wheaton's stunt double once.
No, better than... I mean, I've met like some really cool actors like Bruce Dern and
No, I know.
I met the drummer from the Go-Go's, which was really cool.
How did you get to go?
Yeah, Gina Schock. She was really
How
nice.
did you get to go?
Yeah.
How did you get to go-go?
Anybody can go. Anybody can go.
Oh.
It happens about every 3 or 4 months. I just had to drive from San Diego up to LA.
Did you take Miguel with you?
I didn't. I went kind of spur of the moment, so I just went off there by myself. I left at about 6 in the morning and just drove.
Oh. Yeah, this is the video. What part do you want me to go to?
Chewing me out.
Have you been to the Whiskey A Go-Go, Big Bad Mama?
I haven't. I've been to the Troubadour and one of the other clubs. I never have been to the Whiskey. No. It's a great club, though.
Does not
well, me and you are going to go.
We will. Well, I've seen it from the outside
Sweet.
plenty of times.
All right. Anyways, let's listen to these nobodies trash you.
Yeah.
Have to mean that you guys were born and walked at the same exact time. You have to be in the same era. This is AI's rendition of contemporary writings. And these are contemporary writings and philosophers that it gave us. They're not even all Roman. Like, look at the vast writings of these intellectuals who verify the personhood and existence of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So, Big Bad...
Didn't they literally qualify this with saying an AI did all of this?
Yes, and of course, they're prompting the AI, with writings about Jesus probably or something, So
right. It's like what
know.
Lupin did yesterday. I was having a dispute with Lupin about a piece of scripture, and he didn't have an argument to substantiate his end of things. So he unironically said that he found an AI program and put a prompt into it and got an answer for it. And I was like, okay, what did you put the prompt in for it? And we were arguing about the rapture, and he was like something along the lines of, scripture that proves the rapture true or something like that. Basically,
Right. I
it's
heard
very
that.
unbiased way of looking for information.
I mean, specifically, we mentioned writings during Jesus' supposed lifetime. So he's arguing now about what the word contemporary means, but go ahead.
All that the word contemporary means in a historical setting is something that happens in the lifetime of that person. That's it. If it's outside the lifetime, it's not contemporary. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Honest comments while you're over there on Mod Show trying to derail the gospel. I'm going to come for you so hard. I'm going to make you look foolish to everybody.
What are you going to do then when he comes for you? What are you going to do
Why is he going to be hard when he comes for him? That's what
I wonder that too.
I didn't realize he had that feelings,
Luckily, I was muted.
I thought he only had those feelings for Kent.
But I accidentally laughed.
Also, what scripture were you disrupting? You weren't disrupting anybody reading scripture. You were disrupting two people having an argument about scripture, but
which
there really
they've
wasn't
been
any
having
actual
for like an
scripture
hour.
being used.
Yeah.
Say what?
Go ahead, Logan.
Anyone there?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear
Go
us?
ahead, Logan.
Okay.
You try to intellect into, okay? I'm coming for you, buddy. You're on my radar.
Then he's just going to change field and go to a baseball field instead of playing football because
I don't care.
You
won't even
move
the
goalposts.
goalposts.
We're moving the entire game.
I will spank and rally Big Bad Mama. Big Bad Mama, be a man and come on in here and defend your bad, arrogant, stupid positions.
Hold on,
make it
pause.
Stupid tonight. I'm willing to
Hold on.
Did he say he was going to spank you?
Just one moment. He said he's coming for you. So who says I'm coming for you? And anyways, you come to my house and let's fight. It's like, no, that's not how that works, Steven.
Good point.
If you're coming for somebody, you go to them on their turf, but you won't do that because you always need the deck stacked in your favor.
You're going to be the goalpost we all kick this evening. Get in here now.
The thing is too is that these claims, because they wrote about Jesus afterwards. Again, Pontius Pilate, he wasn't even they didn't find evidence of him until The Rock, and he was way more well known than Jesus because he was a Roman figure. Again, back then, the Lord Jesus Christ, he's exalted in Scripture, but historically speaking, the Romans didn't recognize Jesus as much of anything. He was just a preacher in Jerusalem in their eyes. So this idea that he needs to be written about at the same time that he was walking by all these different people, again, we're talking about historically.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
The idea that, Jesus wasn't much of anything, so the Romans didn't have to record him, that's not true. The Romans kept registries of everyone that they crucified and everyone that they tried, because it's kind of handy to have those things around. So we have records of people that were arguably less significant than Jesus, like Spartacus, for example. If you asked most people before, the movie came out regarding Spartacus, who the hell Spartacus was, most people wouldn't have been able to tell you who he was. And yet, we have contemporary accounts of the Romans crucifying him and his other rebels and his slave uprising. So that we have record of. Why don't we have record of this person that subsequently went on and changed all of human history within his own lifetime? It's just excuse making.
Right, and he's raising the dead and doing all these miracles, which
Spartacus never
would report.
Spartacus never brought anybody back to life.
Right.
Except Russell Crowe.
That's true. Before he got fat. That's true.
Yeah. Of course. We won't know fat Spartacus.
I support fat Spartacus.
I do too.
They regarded that as insignificant because there was a lot of preachers back then walking around. So that's an issue as well. It's like, and because the writings came afterwards, that somehow disqualifies it. I mean, that's a lie. And on top of that, the Greeks, the Romans were mainly...
Pause. Once again, for the umpteenth time, they can't use the language that we use towards them in their framing of our argument. They can't. They always have to use more direct. They always have to use more derisive language. We never said that disqualifies it. What we said is that there's nothing from Jesus's lifetime, then there's no contemporary accounts.
Right.
So I know that you saying, that means that it's just disqualified. I know that's an easier thing to argue against, but that doesn't make it our argument, Tim.
But it's so much easier to straw man.
Well, I know. It's so tiresome when these people never, at any point, it's like with Achilles the other day when he came on this show, and we were talking about icons. He kept having to go back to worship, worship, worship. He always had to bring up worship. He always had to bring up praying to saints instead of asking for saints to intercess for people. He never actually brought up any of the language that's used by the other side because it's inherently easier to argue against a straw man. And it's just stupid. Anyways, go ahead.
That's why you never should argue.
Oral. They didn't have a lot of writing and stuff like that.
Happy birthday, by the way,
mainly
Steven.
Based on oral word of mouth.
Sorry, I just wanted to say happy birthday.
Just that, guys. Yeah. It's totally stupid. We have more historical writings and references to the person of Jesus Christ than we have to Julius Caesar. If Jesus is real, Caesar is real. They have no problem saying Caesar is real.
That's what prompted my comment right there. So you heard that. You heard that comment.
Yeah.
Oh,
my goodness.
It's really funny.
That's ridiculous.
Because you not even talking about this is actually a really interesting jumping off point from our earlier conversation about Alexander the Great and the Diadochi, because we know Alexander the Great overwhelmingly existed because of the effects that he left behind him, because of the huge paradigm shift that he caused and created. The same is true for Julius. Even if we didn't have a single contemporary account of Julius Caesar from his lifetime, you would still have Marcus Crassus, you would still have Pompey, you would still have Labienus, you would still have loads of other contemporary sources that would have talked about at least the effects that he wrought upon the Roman state. The first triumvirate wasn't just called the triumvirate for no reason whatsoever, right? So we're not even just talking about Jesus being directly mentioned when we're talking about contemporary accounts, because that is true. There are people historically that don't have any direct mention, but we can see through their effects, like Ashoka in India, for example, is a great example of that. But anyways, that being said, we don't get any outside resonant effects of Jesus until the Pauline epistles, which once again happen 30 years after Jesus' death. 30 to 40 years after Jesus' death, we get the first kind of resonant effects. We get the first equivalent of those figures that I talked about with Julius Caesar, except if those figures existed after Julius Caesar was killed in the Senate. It's just not comparable, Stephen. You don't know what you're talking about.
And Tim, in the original conversation, did not even know when Josephus lived. And so, we had to go through the timeline of when Josephus was born as opposed to when Jesus supposedly lived and was crucified.
Oh, Deviant, this will be rich for you. Tim at one point said that Ignatius, one of the early Christian saints, they said, Ignatius wrote letters to Antioch. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Ignatius was from Antioch. He wouldn't write letters to the place that he was from.
No.
And he was like, oh, you're right. He didn't write letters to the Antioch. He wrote letters to the Sumerians. I was like, what?
What?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Did he? Oh, I didn't know he wasn't just a saint. He was also a time traveler.
I know.
Thousands of years off.
I started going off with Father Chuck. I was like, oh, right. That reminds me of St. Basil's epistles to Margaret Thatcher and John Chrysostom's letters to Sargon of Akkad. Right. You've jogged my memory. That's how ridiculous you're talking about in terms of being off. So they're just pulling names out of their asses, or their rears is what they're doing. They're not actually looking into these things. And when they do, they show that they're just typing a bunch of prompts into some AI program and just letting it do the thinking for them like a bunch of rubes.
It's very, very tiresome.
It just makes me think, in 100 years, when AI is more complex than it is now, this is going to be an entire class of people. There's going to be an entire group of people out there that are going to do no research whatsoever. They're just going to throw some prompts into an AI program. It's going to go, and it's going to come out with something. They're going to be like, that's right.
I mean, I can understand it to a point, because it is very exhausting to think about things.
Yes, of course it is. But this thing that they're talking about is
by itself.
It
happens by itself, and they are hinging their entire life.
Exactly.
On this.
Exactly. And they have more. They have more encouragement to look into this than we ever could, and yet we know more than they do.
Yeah.
It just baffles me.
I mean, oh goodness, it's very, very frustrating when you have to do the thinking both for your side and for your opponent.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they're just big old freaking hypocrites, and I'm tired of it. We're about to call out their hypocrisy. They're cowards.
Amen. Well, Jesus was written about by the Romans.
He's cowering behind the wall of his show and yelling at us that we're cowards.
Yeah, all three cultures. Yeah, you got it, Lippin.
Written by the Gentiles.
Yeah.
I mean, and all of these people have different perspectives on Jesus. You know, the Jews, you're not going to find a lot of pleasantries whenever it comes to the Jews writing about Jesus, but they wrote about Jesus and it matches up with the gospel. The Romans, they don't have very much writing about Jesus, but they do have.
So some of the earliest writings we have about Jesus from a Jewish perspective, especially from a Jewish religious perspective, comes from pieces that are sourced in the Talmud. And the Talmud came out much later than even Josephus or the Pauline epistles or anything of that nature. That's a 2nd century work. So, no. Swing and a miss yet again, Lupin.
A record of his crucifixion, you know, but they're not calling Jesus, you know, the son of man or the Son of God or anything like that because they didn't recognize him as the Son of God, you know, but they still wrote about him. I mean,
I'm trying to find
it's 100 years after the fact.
Exists online that shows how many writings we have about important figures of history. I haven't been able to find it, but it includes what Stephen said about Caesar. We have way less writings about Caesar than we have about Jesus.
Absurd.
So Caesar didn't exist either.
Well, and also, guys, I'm so sick and tired of the two-faced standards, right? When you take evolution, you take Big Bad Mama.
And you have to be able to make predictions, guys. Predictions. But then
you take the holy word of God. You have over 400 fulfilled prophecies, fulfilled predictions, verified predictions, and these two-faced hypocrites won't accept it. They're fake.
Pause. How do we know the prophecies are verified? Because the same book that the prophecies are in says so. It's only natural.
Exactly. Boy, the New Testament says the prophecies of the Old Testament were true. There it is.
Yep. Yeah, that's all the evidence I need. In the Goblet of Fire in Harry Potter, you know, the Chamber of Secrets got mentioned and it was confirmed to have happened. So, I mean, like, what more evidence do you need that the Goblet of Fire is a real accounting of events, Stephen?
Go ahead, Logan.
Phony liars. They're not intellectuals. They're prophets of Baal themselves.
I answered that today, and then what do? They change the subject.
Exactly.
Trying
they
to
have
get me
to
off,
change the subject
trying to get off
cowards.
target, trying to go after something else because they do not like my answer. It's as simple as that.
Big Bad Mama is one of the most intellectually dishonest hypocrites I've ever met in my life. And they have double standards that they apply to Christianity so that we can't verify with evidence our religion, but then they expect us to just swallow their red pills. No, thank you.
And I will prove his hypocrisy right now. BBM,
Freudian slip on the whole red pill thing. Wait, do we have red pills, Stephen? I thought red pills were supposed to be the truthful one. Whoopsie daisy. Go ahead, Gigi.
You said on Gigi's show 4 days ago, I think. So we're gonna talk about two things that are gonna prove you a hypocrite.
Hold on, because I'm going to address real quick. I'm sorry, Achilles. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. I just want to address this again. Big Bad Julius Caesar wrote his own histories and was written about during his lifetime. It's like, yes, that's also Caesar, who is a huge. I mean, again, that's somebody who was literally the leader of Rome at that time. But again, even Pontius Pilate, who is a much bigger figure in the eyes of.
Pause. So
we just heard we just heard them contradict themselves for one thing.
Yes,
that's true.
That's what I was gonna say. In a matter of what is it? A minute to go.
2 minutes. Yeah.
2 minutes. Wow, impressive.
I'll just let the fact that they blatantly contradicted themselves kind of hang in the air for a good 5 seconds, and then I'll get in my point. That's a good smell. All right. Anyways, so just had to fan that into my nose for a moment. Sorry about that. So yes, the accounts of Julius Caesar are not just of his history of the Gallic Wars, but even then, his history of the Gallic Wars, he was not the leader, quote unquote, of Rome in the way that he's describing it as. Sure, he was a consul at that point in time, but a consul is not anywhere near. There's plenty of Roman consuls in the history of the Roman Republic, and I guarantee you don't know what 99.9% of their names are. Maybe if you have studied some Roman history, you would know an earlier one like Cincinnatus. But really, outside of like Cincinnatus and Sulla and Marius, maybe those are really going to be the only consuls that you know about outside of Julius Caesar. Why do you think that is? Because outside of the contemporary time period, they weren't that significant. It's what Caesar did during those conflicts, during the Gallic Wars, that made him as famous as he was. So that's not true. You're putting the cart before the horse, Tim. Even though you are contradicting yourself, you got yourself wrong in your contradiction. I think it's impressive to be doubly wrong in something.
Gigi, you want to go ahead?
Of history than even Jesus, because he was an officer in Rome. They didn't find out about him until after his lifetime. So you have a big problem, Big Bad Mama, and I know you acknowledge the existence of Pontius Pilate, don't you?
Hold on, pause.
Stop having double standards. I mean, yeah.
They only found out about the existence of Pontius Pilate after his lifetime? Is that what Tim just said?
Yeah. I think so.
I think so.
That's not... I earlier in the show, I cited a contemporary historical account of Pontius Pilate being reassigned from Judea because he was so cruel in his behavior towards the local populace. And that's impressive. If you're cruel by Roman standards, that's... yeah. Yeah, that's enough to really put you on the map. But no, there's no accounts from his lifetime because the AI said so. The same AI that said that Arius wasn't at Nicaea, even though he got punched out by St. Nicholas there. Whatever, who cares? Gangster Ghost, go ahead and play.
Big Bad Mama's got a big bad problem. Bum, bum, bum.
Oh.
History is his big bad problem.
I think this is one of the worst arguments an atheist can pull. It wasn't historic, right? Yeah, it is. It's very much accepted by many people.
Did you hear how confident he said that? It must be true.
Plus, I think it is very hard to write about yourself and do it after your death. I think it is like it can only happen while you live. So the whole thing had to do with others writing about him.
What?
All right.
What?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. My response to that was Jesus didn't write anything.
Right.
Which is true.
I was launching chat missiles this whole time.
The only way that criticism would make sense is if we made the asinine statement that to be contemporary means that only that person could be writing about them. And that's not the claim that was made.
No.
The claim that was made is that to be contemporary means that anybody within that person's lifetime has to write about them.
Yes.
That's what it means.
Right.
So once again, Achilles, for the umpteenth goddamn time, cannot argue with the actual argument that's being made. He has to put up a straw man and argue with that. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah. And you're not going to convince me that there was mass hysteria and 400 people saw a dead man walking around. I call bullcrap.
No.
Even if it was mass hysteria, they would
not a single one of them wrote it down.
That they would literally allow.
Pause. So I made the comment that all the about the dead holy people that were raised from the dead and marched into Jerusalem that was in the book of Matthew. And I said, nobody recorded that. That doesn't seem very likely. And so that's what they're commenting on there.
Yeah, you think that some contemporary Roman accounts would be like, and then a zombie horde descended upon the city of Jerusalem.
I called it a zombie uprising, I think, which probably pissed them off.
Yeah, if I saw a whole bunch of rotten corpses shambling their way towards the city, I wouldn't be like, this is a good time.
And I said, what happened to them? You know, what happened to these dead people that were wandering
They
around?
despawned as soon as they weren't relevant to the narrative anymore. They just kind of disappear.
Right. Go ahead,
Allow
Gigi.
themselves to be sacrificed and murdered for their belief in it. That's
Right.
crap.
Would you guys debate Big Bad Mama?
We are in this way. We've asked him to come in, and he's not. So he allows us to keep going on about him. So that's our way of debating from now on. And I'll tell you this. Yeah, I'll debate you, BBM, if you tell me about these two things that you said on Gigi's show.
Can you pause, please, Gigi? Thank you.
Let me.
What
once?
So, wait. Why, if any of the ProLabs boys are listening, why would anyone go on to a platform when they know how you guys treat people who come on there? Have you ever tied those knots together?
No, they want to act like they're somehow coming for Big Bad Mama while also telling Big Bad Mama to come to their turf.
Yeah, no, but they act as if, oh, we're so inviting and we're giving everyone a chance.
Right.
You're fucking not. And I'm sorry for swearing, but you're not. It's ridiculous that you're only protecting yourselves, which makes you the cowards. And I hope you're listening, especially you, Stephen, because you're a disgusting person.
I told them in the chat that they sounded like a group of rabid dogs, and there was no way I was going in there.
And I mean, why would you?
There's no reason, because what I said ultimately was true. There's no writings from Jesus' lifetime. I mean, that was my main point.
Yeah.
The one thing that I always... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. You were speaking, Big Bad Mama.
No,
I'm sorry.
I
was
don't.
having a bit of a
You
delay.
had a more cogent idea than I did, so go ahead.
Okay. The thing that I always say to people, if I ever get into disagreements on the street or anything like that, if I get into a dispute with somebody and they're like, come here, why don't you come over here? I always just say back to them, you're angry at me. Why would I do what you want me to do?
Exactly.
What incentive do I have to do? And 90% of the time, it just shuts them down and they go on about their day because they kind of realize, yeah, there really is no incentive for this person to do that. Most people are able to realize that, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're on the left-hand side of that bell curve. I don't know.
Yeah, and how about the left-hand side? I'm sure the Bible has something to say about it.
They could rename their entire channel to the left-hand side of the bell curve, and it would be a lot more accurate.
Gigi, go ahead.
It's the second time, and I want to get this through to BBM.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Let him go on, Tim.
All right. So first, you said you looked at my history, BBM, and you have some things about my past that you are such a good person that you're not bringing them online. All right. So I challenge you, just as I challenged Chuck. What are they, you liar? Bring them out. I have nothing to hide. And if there is something amendable in my past, I am giving you permission to bring it out. Right? That's A. B, you said that I said that I am going to research you, Aiden, and others to expose you and look into your past. When did I say that? When did I give you that excuse so you can pretend that you've done this about me and you also have an excuse that I was the one that did it first? What a bunch of lies, you hypocrite. So come here or invite me on Gigi's show to present.
So I did have a conversation with him, and I brought up the Father Charles video, And I asked him, why are you investigating everybody? And instead of saying, I'm not investigating everybody, he had a religious excuse for saying that he was, that, you know, we were against God or what have you. And that's why he was investigating people. So I have a real good memory about these things. And he did say that, and the proof is in the pudding. They made the show investigating Father Charles. That he can't deny. So Father Charles is in our community. Even if it wasn't me or Aiden, they did that to Charles, and there's no denying it.
I
We
love
all
how
saw it.
Steven's doing all these shows on Father Charles' laptop in the midst of all of this. That's fantastic.
Right.
I always remind myself of that, you know, in the midst of like getting upset and frustrated over all of this, that this really is just like an absurdist comedy with extra steps.
Wait, what did you say about Steven and Chuck's laptop?
Father Charles gave him that laptop. Well, first it was supposed to be a loan, and Stephen never paid him back, and so Father Charles ended
so
up.
he stole it.
Yes, and
Good
this
on
is
you,
what
Stephen.
DB Copper was one of the issues that DB Copper had with Stephen was the laptop that he never paid for. And the $300 he borrowed to go to the Renaissance Fair in Georgia, I believe.
Or did he borrow? Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
But yet I don't remember any of, you know, my memory's bad. And I don't
No, why would...
Not Chuck. Steven's a thief on top of everything. Steven, you're such a pathetic person. I really hope you're listening.
So the idea here is that Achilles is getting all mad and all flustered and all upset because what? You were going to expose something about Achilles' past? When did you ever say that?
I just said if you're going to look into us, I'm going to look into you.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I said.
That's fair.
And then I said, you know, I found stuff. And I didn't say, like, I'm going to expose you. I found horrible things about you. I'm not saying what I found. And I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to show anything I found. But I'm not going to be bullied and threatened like he was doing to Father Charles. And, you know, he did say us as the community and friends of Father Charles that he was going to do that. So the only justification I needed was the fact that he did it to Father Charles. And I was able to find something about him that led to this trail. And literally, it took me about 15 minutes on the internet to find everything that I found once I had that one key. And that's all. That's all. And I told him about it.
I mean, this is a guy who, when Mark CC'd him into an email for some random Greek official, he acted like Mark Stoney doxed him. Like, give me a break. This is somebody who blows everything chronically out of proportion because ultimately doesn't really have a lot else going on. Hate to say it. But I kind of get that distinct impression, Achilles.
What happened to the video in Gangster?
Gangster popped out and then he popped back in.
You all right, buddy?
Weird.
You still with us?
Oh, now it's better. It was weird. I couldn't see any updates of the
Did we get to the part where they called me a stupid man yet?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, that's the part I want to hear.
It doesn't have any updates on my I want to see the updates of the comments and the
The same for me.
the comments.
It's weird.
Here. What deviant?
No, the comments. So I'm feeling.
You're roboting a little bit, deviant, at least from my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
you were roboting a little bit.
You're good.
Weird. Yeah, because I'm still as the the co-host, so I can see the same things that Gigi is seeing, and the chat doesn't. It's frozen.
Yeah, that's weird. I did refresh the thing and it didn't work. Is that weird?
It's just frozen on the screen, but not actually in reality, right?
When I go to YouTube, I can see the thing,
Okay.
but not.
Yeah, and it's frozen where not just on the screen, but it's also frozen where you, if you're the host or co-host, you can click on comments and show them on screen. So that part of the interface is frozen too.
Weird.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, if we try, can I try one thing and see if it works?
It's frozen for me as well.
No, that did not work.
I blame the Proverbs guys personally.
Well,
probably.
It's about as rational of a criticism as they've been making in this video. So, I figured I'd just stick with the theme,
So how weird is this? Yeah,
Well, let's try to get back on track so that we're not just having the audience watch technical difficulties for too long.
Oh, well, absolutely. The thing I tried didn't do anything, so.
Okay. Gigi, do you want to play the video again?
Yeah.
Present your facts about me. Anytime. Now. I'll leave this room and come over. So, you see, team, you have to go out there. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, no, I was just going to, very simple question for Big Bad Mama. Do you accept the existence of Pontius Pilate? Yes or no?
Would you like to phone a friend?
I didn't even hear this part.
But, do you remember Skylar, Stephen?
Yes, and allow me to change the subject back. Big Bad Mama is a hypocritical liar.
Sorry. I'm just going to say, Tim kind of reminds me of the way he kind of looks like Skylar.
Me?
Now that he... yeah, you never met him.
Also,
what do you say when somebody gets a haircut in the States?
What happened to President Dan enforcing that names aren't brought up on Proverbs Guys Ministries anymore? I thought Proverbs Guys was an international company, and people in those Polynesians in the Philippines don't want to hear about all these people being brought up all day long. So yeah, that's why we're not going to be bringing up names anymore on the Proverbs Guys. Anyway, cut to Stephen. Big Bad Mama's an idiot. I just find it funny. Go ahead, Gigi.
What?
Yeah, when somebody gets a haircut, what do you tell them? Like,
you got a haircut. Yeah.
What?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Now he reminds Gigi of Skylar. Now that he shaved his head.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Steven.
No, you're all good, man. It's all good in this hood. I saw that earlier. I saw the intellectual dishonesty. I saw how Big Bad Mama was fomenting at the mouth whenever you were monopolizing the conversation with...
A year ago, that would have been called disrupting the Holy Spirit, but nowadays it's okay. It's fine. Just funny that. Go ahead.
When he heard the gospel being discussed and he came on, he's all like crying like a baby. Like, oh my gosh, you guys are just on here talking about your spaghetti daddy, and it's not
like
even provable, first of all. Second
like,
of all, we all want to talk today, guys.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
On a Christian girl's channel to ask why are you talking about the gospel?
Yeah, what a terrible, terrible human being.
Yeah, that I really found that I found that like really rude. You're on here talking about theology. Other people want to talk about other stuff. Rah! It's like, dude, wait your turn.
I'm sure they do. They want to talk about anything
Dang.
that's going to lead souls into hell. That's what Big Bad Mama's agenda is. Lead souls into hell.
Big Bad Mama, you're avoiding my question. Do you accept the existence of Pontius Pilate? Yes or no? Quit going after Achilles. Quit going after Stephen. Answer my question.
Oh, is he going after me? I want to see.
No, he's just trying to reply with what you're saying because he's avoiding my question because he knows.
You're asking Big Bad Mama a direct question and expecting an answer? Huh! Wait, hold up. I have a reaction for that. Where's my laugh?
All right, so here is a straight up lie. I have never said that I'm going to waste. Lupin responded to you that day, and my brother Lupin, when you do get to Greece, because Chuck said, you're going to Greece, you know, all that what he said. Are you here, Lupin? I owe you a beer when you get to Greece. I mean,
the impression game really needs some improvement over on the Proverbs guys. It must be
suck.
I love it. I love that they've adopted the whole impressions thing because they know that doing impressions is funny. But when I do it, it's not funny. When they do it, that's when it's funny.
I actually thought it was kind of cute when Achilles did it. It wasn't good, but it was endearing for some reason. I don't know.
Don't hear that, Deviant.
Steven's impression of me was horrible. Come on.
Yeah, he did an impression of himself. Did you notice?
He did. He really did do it.
Yes, I'm Big Bad Mama.
It's like I'm hearing them for the first time. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Because of that response that you gave BBM that day, you said, I don't really think Achilles cares that much to investigate you. And that's exactly what it is. I'm not gonna. So there is no chance that I would say that. Okay? I never said that, and I am not going to investigate anybody. I know who you work for. Why investigate you?
Except for Father Chuck.
Right?
Right.
We did some digging about a very specific person because he was saying
here
that
comes
he
the
is working for
qualification.
Christ. That required some exposure.
Wait, sorry.
So people
you,
don't take
see that?
his-
Hear that?
Can you back up a little bit because he said something.
He's admitting it. He's admitting that they did this to Father Charles, which is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he said something like a very specific person because something Christ, and I
they claim to represent Christ was what he said.
Sorry, I was talking this time. They were doing what to Christ?
They claim to represent Christ was what Achilles said.
Okay, I got you.
You guys claim to represent Christ, so I guess you guys are perfectly fine to be investigated into, right, Achilles? Why are you all up in arms about this? You claim to represent that guy.
I know who you work for. Why investigate you?
Why?
Right? We did some digging about a very specific person.
Big Bad Mama, please tell me if I have misunderstood it, but aren't you retired?
But he worked for the Illuminati. Right, Big Bad Mama? Are you there? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was gone for a second there.
Okay.
I was asking, aren't you retired?
I had to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Even retired people have to use the facilities.
But do you work for the Illuminati? The Jesuit?
No, did they say I did?
No, they said I know or.
I work for Satan, is what they're saying.
I didn't know he had
They call us prophets of Baal, and they're saying I work for Satan. And Stephen said I'm working for Satan too, I think.
Okay, so that's very interesting because I didn't know.
It's not Satan, it's Satan.
Satan.
Do you get a paycheck?
He pays well. Very well.
What about
I
this
should
guy?
look into that. That guy is Satan.
Wait, you're getting paid for this, Big Bad Mama? What the heck?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually a creationist, but I play an atheist.
So that's why you get so well paid. Note how I added well paid. You're not just paid, you're well.
No, I'm well paid.
Yeah. Just adding on.
7 figures.
He's pretty well connected too. He knows Patrick Swayze's third cousin.
Jeez.
I feel very sorry for you, Big Bad Mama.
Okay, let's keep the video going.
Okay. Someone joined us. Richard. What's up? There he is.
Peace and
Hi,
respect,
Richard.
everyone. Please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Person, because he was saying that he is working for Christ. That required some exposing. So people don't take his love for Catholicism as being Christian.
He's not the Catholic.
But not you. I have no reason to go after somebody who has a view on the internet and research them. You kidding me? Who am I? Mark? To go after, like, looking people's details and bringing them, doxing them on the internet? No. That's your friend.
You see what I mean?
Bro.
Buzz.
We don't do stuff like that.
Big Bad.
Achilles, you pulled up the church that Father Charles supposedly worked at. Let's just put this into perspective, okay? You pulled up the exact location that Father Charles allegedly worked at that he told you was nearby his home. You didn't get the location right, but you thought that was the location.
The town where he lived. Yeah.
Yeah, the town where he lived, the location nearby the town, within the town, within a few blocks of where he lived, according to Father Charles. So that's what you did. Meanwhile, what did Mark do? He CC'd your freaking email into an email that he sent to some Greek government official that I guarantee you never saw it. Okay? Nobody saw it. It got put in the trash folder or got sent to some secretary that never forwarded it onward. Okay, so stop crying about this. Seriously, how long ago was that? Like 8 months ago that he did that to you on a joke and you're still crying about it, Achilles? But you're such a man, right? You're so manly. You're so brave. Just what an absolute joke. You're a pissant is what you are, Achilles.
And he just admitted what he did to Father Charles, basically, but tried to justify it somehow. And it doesn't work. That's what you did. You did a whole
does
show.
it need to be justified? What exactly did they do? They looked up some information. I mean, was there anything false or faulty about what they said?
Yes.
Well, they made yeah, it was faulty, and they made a whole show doxing Father
Can
Charles, which is not
Can
right.
you point out the slander?
Yes, the slander was that they claimed that Father Charles was never an Orthodox priest and that he never worked at a church that he did indeed not work at. But the faulty information was the fact that they pulled up the wrong church. They didn't pull up the church he actually worked at. Father Charles told them that whatever church he did work at was within a few blocks of where he lived. So when they did that knowing full well that would be right near where Charles himself lived, and tried saying that was sufficient to be able to say that he was never a priest. Chuck has shown me in confidence the information.
Wait.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. Wait, let me finish. Chuck showed me the information. He is a priest. He was a priest at the very least under the Russian Orthodox Church. I've seen the documentation. Nobody else needs to. He decided he was going to show me in confidence, and if you don't take my word for it, that's fine.
I don't personally care one way or the other, right?
Then why did you
The other
ask?
end of the equation, well, I'm asking because I don't remember them ever saying it on like a public forum. Like
No, they
where
did. They made
exactly
a
in their
public live
show
stream.
they
They
outright
made a public
claimed
live stream
that Father
showing where
Charles
is not a priest. They did claim that on several of their live shows before, Dustin. They made a whole show where they pulled up his supposed church
Google
on
Earth
Google
Maps.
Maps.
Yeah.
and claim that. So let me make sure. Look, I'm trying to understand something. I'm trying to get a very specific fact clear in my mind here.
Yeah,
The
that's fine.
claim was put in the public sphere, in the public forum, that Father Charles is in fact a fake preacher. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
So can I? Okay, so just for edification purposes, what show, what timestamp?
Oh,
We
I would
saw
need to
it.
find
We
the
don't need
show.
to, yeah, we don't need to go back and find that for you.
I'm not asking to pull it up. I'm asking where it is and when it happened.
I
Months
think it
ago.
was in May.
In
Am I
May?
correct? Yeah, I think so. My
Okay.
my
I mean, you can
I
ask them.
haven't.
Dustin, I encourage you
No,
to
I
go. I
can't. No,
encourage you to go and
actually,
ask the Proverbs guys.
I don't know how up to date you are on our communications, but I'm not really talking to them right now.
Okay.
But the other end,
But
the other end of the
I'm only
equation,
saying that because that's how confident I am in this claim. You can go to them and you can ask them. I have no problem
I'm
with that
not.
whatsoever, and I would encourage you to.
I'm not doubting. I'm not doubting. Okay, I'm not. Look, but I won't say anything until I see it, because there was a period of time I dropped out. I will confess to some knowledge as to a rumor that was being kicked around. But in good confidence, I can divulge no further information. But see, what I don't understand. Well, okay. I'll just put it this way. I'm going to give Father Charles a call and ask him some very direct questions.
Okay, even if it's the case, say Father Charles is not a father, that gives nobody the right to go to their and look through their town and question people about him and do whatever. He's just a guy on the internet
Did-
like the rest of us. You have no right to go
I'm not
dox people.
I'm not making that claim.
You might make a claim,
Right.
Dustin, that you do a certain job. I know you're not. I know you're not. You might do a certain job, Dustin, and let's say that you don't do it, that you've been like pumping yourself up and saying that you do a certain job. That doesn't give us a right to go check out where you live and try to find out everything about you and put it on a stream on the internet, right?
Well,
That would
no,
be a
it doesn't,
crappy
because
that would be a
people.
crappy thing to do. That would be a crappy thing to do to you.
I mean, look. In all fairness, there was a live stream that I recall where someone pulled up Steven's child support payments and blasted that. So, I mean, look, I'm not claiming sides here. All right. I'm going to wash my hands of that whole thing. I don't like response videos. I like talking directly to people and telling them exactly what I think. All right. But the issue at hand here is that Steven committed slander.
No,
If what you're claiming is true, Stephen committed slander.
Yes.
Okay. See, that's the point I'm
I would
trying to
say
get clear in my
that
mind here.
yes.
Then
I
Father
wouldn't equivocate
Charles
in that.
has
I would
every
absolutely
right.
unequivocally say that Stephen committed slander.
So you wouldn't.
I mean, look, I'm
I
just following
unequivocally
the
say that
facts
he
where they
did do
lead,
that.
okay? I'm just following the facts
Speaking
where they
of-
lead, okay?
Speaking of reaction videos, I intend on my channel to do a review of the conversation that Aiden and I had. I came in strictly to invite you, Aiden, to be there for that and to participate, because that is the only honorable thing I know to do.
Well, thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Richard. I'm not going to. When is that taking place?
Well, I wanted to schedule it around your convenience because I want you to be there.
I don't know necessarily if today would be workable, but I think Tuesday would probably be the closest day I would have available.
And do you have a preference of approximate hours?
So on Tuesday, I believe that I work pretty late on Tuesday, thankfully. So if it's before, like, say, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Tuesday, that would probably work for me.
Before 4 p.m. Mountain. Okay, and if you would just take advantage of this actual email address.
Oh, are you sending it in private chat? Okay.
No, it's my moniker.
Oh, okay. I'll take a screenshot here and keep
You have
that
a
in mind.
monocle?
That way we can. Yes, I and a top hat, and I stand on the corner of Boardwalk and Park Place, and I am
God,
the
it's Mr.
actual
Peanut. Get him.
Monopoly character. I'm that guy. Yeah.
Mr. Peanut.
Or I'm Mr. Peanut.
Oh, Dustin, you're
Oh my gosh. Dustin is in the middle of a new hurricane that just formed on the West Coast. It's the first ever West Coast hurricane. How you doing, Dustin?
Right there around his cell retransmission tower, apparently.
Yeah.
So if you would email me, I'll send you a link as soon as I create the stream. I'll be creating it well ahead of time, and then you can pick what exact hour or whatever like that. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that.
Also make a thumbnail and present that to you and give you a chance to say, I hate your thumbnail. Let's do something else.
I hope you won't destroy me too thoroughly in front of your audience, Richard. I hope you'll be gentle.
That's what I
on my first
appreciate.
time.
I appreciate the sarcasm. You don't think you'll be destroyed. I don't think I'd try to destroy anyone. So I see the humor there.
Good.
I mean, there is a
my first time,
home court. There is a certain home court advantage, of course, but I will be doing my best not to take advantage of that. I would consider
That's fair
that
enough.
unfair.
That's fair enough.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Richard. I appreciate it.
And I wrote the email address in the private chat if it's easier for you, Aidan, to pick it up from there.
How'd you ever get so considerate? How'd that happen to you?
Well, I was beaten down my entire life, and I realized that was not very fun. I inherited it from my mom.
She gets knocked down, but she gets up again, and ain't nobody ever gonna get her down.
Pissing the night away. Pissing the night away. Yes.
Exactly. No, Dustin.
You know, she takes the whiskey drink, she gets the vodka drink, she takes the cider drink.
For God's sakes, man, we know the song.
No, but you need to understand, she sings the songs that remind her of the good times, and she also sings the songs that remind her of the better times.
Ah, well, that I didn't know about her. So thank you for sharing that.
Funny.
Do you have a tattoo that reads Chumbawamba anywhere on your person?
Chumbawamba?
Yes, that's the name of the band, yeah.
Oh,
Or the name of the song, was it? I think it was the name of the song. I can't remember.
I have to admit that
People call me a walking
know the song
encyclopedia. Holy
nor
crap.
the band.
I also like to double check my short-term memory by going into very busy side chats and saying hello to everyone precisely once.
That sounds like self-torture.
No, it's a great exercise. You know, it's kind of a, you know, an oil dipstick for your brain.
Ah.
I'm sure the Eastern Orthodox monks also considered kneeling in hair shirts a good exercise as well.
You know, they did, but I'm not certain that's accurate. Where your sense of time and your short-term memory are pretty good indicators. Like, for instance, I'll wake up, if I'm well rested enough, I'll wake up about 5 seconds before the alarm clock goes off and turn it off before it goes off.
Wait. How?
So
because your
he's
brain
in
never
tune with his
actually shuts down.
circadian rhythms.
Oh.
He has a circadian rhythm that tells him when to wake up, and he's in tune with it.
Oh, Dustin, you know me too well. You remember me too well.
Oh, you were asking me how a person actually does that. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I
Because
do not
don't
keep
have
that
a
tight of a
circadian rhythm
schedule.
like that. Okay.
I don't keep that tight of a schedule. In fact, I have a bit of insomnia and such.
Yeah, you and me both.
But if understanding or approximations of time is a good indicator, or lack of ability thereof is a good indicator of brain function, it's a fine test when you have occasion to do it.
The brain ticks along at about 8 hertz per second, right? So you have a circadian rhythm that will give you a general principle of how much time. And time doesn't work like projected into the future. It can only tell you how long it's been since.
Yes, that's my understanding at least.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that is Gangster Ghost trolling me? My name is suddenly Gangster Ghost.
Oh my god, he's reproducing via mitosis. The entire chat is about to be overrun by first it's 2, then 4, then 8, and 16, and 32, 64. It's gonna, oh my gosh.
Everyone Groot.
I am Groot. I think it's the link I clicked took me, and I didn't really look at it. But,
I'm very
never mind.
impressed on how well these scrambled eggs are coming along, given how distracted by the stream I've been.
Well,
you can't screw up scrambled eggs.
Dude, you gotta babysit scrambled eggs, man. All these people that make rubbery scrambled eggs, they don't babysit it.
That's true.
Let me get this straight. You sit on baby eggs. I might be confused.
Well, I mean, like, after the look, all right. I don't like discussing
In essence,
my
that's
cloaca
what
on
you
the show.
said.
It's a very private topic. It's a very private topic of mine.
This guy
For
over
those
here.
who don't know,
You'll bring up your
cloaca
eggs,
is
but you won't
part of a
bring them.
chicken's anatomy. Cloaca is part of a chicken's anatomy, and by which they lay eggs. If anyone didn't know that.
So Gigi, go ahead and play the thingamajig. I think you were about to ask.
Mama he again wrote in the chat, and he will not address my question. I'm still waiting, Big Bad Mama. You know, do you accept the existence of Pontius Pilate or not? I'll give you a drum roll.
Big Bad Mama,
I think
why don't
is
you come in? Come on, you were such a man earlier. Like, you were such a big guy earlier when you had Peter by your side holding your hand.
Are you here, Big Bad Mama?
Why is the existence of Pontius Pilate a point of reference to confirm historicity?
Because
they're trying to make a point for the historicity of Jesus, and the point stands that there's no contemporary accounts of Jesus within his lifetime that we've uncovered. The earliest accounts that we have are the Pauline epistles from about 30 to 40 years after the time of Christ.
And I have an argument for that because they didn't.
They made the point about
they didn't regard
Caesar first. Sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
Mm-hmm. General consensus was that the feminine is too subject to fancy.
Okay. You want me to go?
Yeah,
Shut up, Mary Magdalene. Get back in the kitchen.
There are
That's
all kinds
generally
of
it.
witches that
What is going on?
wrote
Well, there's several
Justin, your
things going
connection
Jesus
is
on.
throughout that
extremely
entire
spotty right now.
contemporary time.
Dustin's connection keeps fading in and out. Gangster is trying to keep up with that, pausing and unpausing
Also,
the video.
argument altogether.
I'm talking over everyone. You know, stuff like that.
General chaos.
Just general, yeah, that's about it.
Dustin, you might want to try to find an area with better connection, if you can.
Oh, mama. Big bad mama. You can go ahead, Gangster Ghost.
PBM. Get in here.
They're fearless warrior that won't pick up his sword and come defend his false, crappy religion.
Oh, like you didn't hear it, Mama. My question is, do you accept the existence of Pontius Pilate? Yes or no?
That bought him another few more minutes to think about a lie.
Yeah.
While Big Bad Mama's Googling how to cop out of a straightforward question, we go to Ryan Daniel for your infomercial this evening about renewal rainwater.
No, I got an
Big Bad
infomercial
Mama's
for
just
you.
killing.
The Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. This actually exposes the
Oh,
Roman
this is
Catholic
a bunch
Church and
of
tells you why
this
you
is
should
a bunch
not be a
of
Catholic
crap.
because it's pagan nonsense.
We can skip
Pick
this.
yourself up a copy. You can get it from Chick Publications.
Skip.
And I believe you can also get it from Bible Baptist Bookstore.
Skip.
Use promo
the book and pretend I love spoilers. Like, what does the book go over? Why is this a
Skip.
must read for Protestants and Baptists alike?
Okay, so this
It's still
book
talking about the
basically
book.
cites all the sources from a lot of them. They worshipped a
It's from
mother
the
god.
this book. Just for a point of reference, this book is from the Jack Chick Foundation. That ought to tell you everything you need to know about this book.
Exactly.
As in Chick Tracks?
Yeah.
Yes, as in Chick Tracks.
Okay.
But it does have paganistic also.
Hey,
So again,
plus they've put it in the day that all right, so astronomically and scientifically and not religiously, if you sit out at your west and you take a picture of the sun and then you go on the exact same spot 30 days later and you take the same picture when the sun is setting, you will notice that it has moved to the right. So if you keep doing that for 12 months, you're going to arrive to the 23rd of December where it stops. It's no longer moving. One day
Did he just
passes,
discount
which is
half
the
the
24th,
year?
and the 25th.
Yeah. Yeah, it moves to the right, but then there's the other half of the year that it moves to the left, but we're not going to talk about that.
It cycles. It's not just in one direction all year. It doesn't keep
If
going
it just
around.
endlessly cycled to the right, then I'm pretty sure we would have spiraled out of the solar system a long time ago.
Well, no, it's just that it wouldn't be 23.5 degrees consistently with a wobble. It would be something else. It would be constantly changing.
Richard, that part doesn't suit Achilles' argument, so I'm going to need you to shut up.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem at all.
It is starting moving backwards again. And that is the day that they worship the sun because of this. And the Roman Catholic Church...
sun god worship. You're absolutely right.
Right. So the Roman Catholic Church said, oh, we want to embrace the pagans. That's why we want to do it that day. But instead, they are turning us into worshiping what the pagans worship. The day that they worshipped, we also have a celebration and say than laughs. So we Jesus every day.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, amen. Absolutely, you got it, brother. Absolutely.
I also go out at Christmas and
He's wrong about those
enjoy, and
dates.
I am grateful to my
It's
Savior.
the 21st.
Okay, yes, but at the same time,
Yes, it
I
is.
do acknowledge that this is.
And then it remains undiscernibly the same for exactly 3 days, and then begins its resurrection.
But hey, December 23rd is closer to Christmas, so it suits his argument better.
Yeah, I know, it's just not accurate. It's just not accurate.
Yeah, I know, that pesky accuracy always getting in the way of rhetoric, huh?
Is the day that all pagans of the earth worship the sun. So Orthodoxy has a pact, has a sect that has broken off a branch.
He does know that that's
they do not
different in each
accept.
part of the world, right? You can't say all pagans worldwide would have chosen that day, because that wouldn't be true.
No. Pagans, when he says pagans, he of course means the Roman word in shorthand for everybody that isn't a Christian.
Well, yeah, but he made a claim of it being worldwide, a consensus amongst pagans. That wouldn't be true. It's not spring all over the planet. It's not winter all over the planet at any point.
I mean, it's not even spring and summer at the same time in one single country.
I'm getting some pretty strong atheist vibes from Richard here. What are you doing, buddy? You trying to undermine the good Christian message here?
I don't know. If I really wanted to, I might call my channel Demolish Doctrine.
Guys, I have to go to the pet shop. I'll be,
is that code for? Is that code for? I gotta drop off a.
No,
it's code for I like Chinese food.
My cat needs cat food.
Buy her treats.
So happy birthday, Deviant, and I'll see you guys. It's good to see you guys. Everybody.
Big Bad Mama slings keys on his own time, Dustin. Come on.
Goodbye.
I still think he's going to an Asian restaurant for a late lunch.
Oh, gonna miss you, Big Bad Mama.
Try our pet store. We have the fattest and healthiest cats and dogs. Hand raised.
Oh, come on. There's a tiny bit of this hot sauce left, and it's the nectar of the gods, and it's not coming out. Come on.
Wait. Which hot sauce is it? I want the hot sauce that is the nectar of the gods. Which one's that?
It's the Kahlua green hot sauce.
Okay, that's objectively incorrect.
Oh, whatever. What? What's your problem? What's your problem with green hot sauce? Let's hear it, Richard.
Okay, if it comes from Mexico or New Mexico, and the peppers were green hatch chili peppers, then maybe you have something. We'll talk about it.
Look, I'm from Canada, Richard. All right? The closest thing to Mexican that we have out here in Canada is probably going to be Dora the Explorer. All right? So give us credit where it's due.
Yeah, that's Rich. Dora the Explorer, and I'm going to claim I know what green hatch chili is and what's the genuine green chili and what isn't. Great. Okay.
I'm just going to say anyone who has hot sauce on scrambled eggs is pretty weird and suspect to me.
What's your problem with hot sauce on scrambled eggs?
Because I can't eat hot sauce.
Why not?
I can't eat chili. No, but I can't eat chili. I have a. It's not an ulcer yet, but I get.
She's too white.
Numbing pain. But just it goes black. I can't see.
Sounds like Paul's experience, but anyway.
Yeah, you ever just eat a couple of green chilies on the way to Damascus and then just fall off of your donkey and get blinded for 3 days? That's a really relatable experience, right, Richard?
Hey, Mexican food happens, you know.
On your way to Damascus to go and kill a bunch of innocent people, by the way. That needs to be added in the qualification.
Innocent? What does that mean?
Oh boy, here we go. Part 2.
You mean Christians are innocent? Innocent of what? You better be specific.
Richard. Down.
Aiden's about to get feisty here. He's been eating hot sauce on eggs.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far.
I'm about to eat my lunch. I cannot divert. I'm sorry. I've worked long and hard. I've labored over this hot stove, and I've created a wonderful work of art.
It was one burner, man. It was just one burner. It wasn't that hot.
You know what? It was the burner and the oven because I made hash brown patties to make this a scrambled egg sandwich.
Ooh, he kept that in his pocket to pull it out later.
That's right. Always got to have something in your back pocket. And it can't be a gun on the internet, so it has to be words.
Okay, but I really want to know how defeated I am. Is it a convection oven?
Naturally.
Oh my gosh, I'm so done.
Have you ever met the PGs?
The PGs, yeah, I helped raise some of them.
I mean, Steven and Achilles.
Oh, Achilles briefly. Steven is too general of a name. I couldn't put a finger on who that would be unless I associated it by channel.
Stephen Bolin from Proverbs Guys Ministries.
Proverbs Guys Ministries. Yeah, I do not know that crew. Love to argue with them, though. They sounds like they're Christians.
They are Christians. We should loose you on them. That would be fun.
I
have a lot of fun with that.
Are they really Christians, though? I mean,
well, that's my
I
argument.
would say they are because they say they are. But,
okay, so like self-identification means that the label should be accepted. That's fine. But in order to be an actual Christian, you would have to objectively know who Christ is. Not in your subjective opinion, but the actual. Here's why. If I have any fundamental misunderstanding about a person and who they are, I can't claim to know them. Right? So even the apostles, until late in the game, having lived with the guy for 3+ years, finally Peter strikes out on his own and says, "You're the Christ." And Christ replies, "Yeah, I didn't tell you that crap. That was Holy Ghost stuff right there, bruh." So he didn't even give them a clue that he was the Christ. Now what does that mean? That means that whatever they were expecting in miracles, because they didn't recognize miracles, it wasn't what he was actually doing. He wasn't doing what people expected. All right, or else it would easily recognized.
Well, they wanted.
Wait, Aiden. Gangster Ghost was about to say something.
Go ahead, Gigi.
I still don't get what's wrong with the comments.
Wrong with the what?
And guys, I gave you a link in the private chat to their video they have on today with Dan Posey. In case you want.
Yeah, Dan Ziner talk.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So I don't know of a Christian that could actually. I mean, they claim things like, "I have a relationship with Christ." It's not a religion; it's a relationship. They say stuff like that. But like, if I asked them something personal about Christ, like, "What's Christ's favorite sexual position?" They're not going to be able to answer anything personal about him whatsoever. They don't know the guy.
I too do not know Christ's favorite sexual position. I'll put
You
that
see
on
my
record.
point, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you were dudes talking, if you were two dudes that know each other, you'd know that.
Well, on that note, I'm going to bid thee adieu. I have lunch ready.
No, I need clarifications.
What do you need clarification on, Deviant?
What Richard just said was that if two guys know each other, they know each other's favorite sexual position.
Yeah, it's one of the things guys talk about.
I think Richard could speak for himself
Sure,
here.
but I'm no. Because you two are guys. Do you know each other?
We don't know each other very well.
Isn't
But of my best friends through my life, I could give you specific names and the position that each of them preferred because guys talk about that stuff.
I get that.
And I probably still had misconceptions about who they were.
But see,
in any case, this is getting
Bible
cold, so I'm going to go, guys.
I'm sorry, Aiden.
Hope to see you later, Aiden.
In the Bible, isn't the term knowing, if you know a woman,
Yes.
that usually is
A polite way to
hinting-
say it is in the carnal sense.
Yes.
Yes.
And this thought just hit me now because they also use the exact same term as you said, like to know Christ.
Yes.
Now-
It's supposed to be a very, very intimate thing to actually know someone. It's not
Yes.
casual.
No, exactly.
It's not like knowing their public persona. That's not good enough. And if you look into the word know, well, the word that got translated into the word know, what you'll find is it requires full understanding. So it's just like the word behold or see. It doesn't mean to look at something. It means to fully investigate it until you fully understand it. It's not casual at all. So,
yeah.
Go ahead. So behold is never a glance.
No.
It's more like a lifetime study.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or an undeniable in your face emphase.
Right, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so when a Christian says, I know Christ, I'm like, bullshit. You do not. The apostles didn't even know him.
But so then my question had to be, can anyone then, if the definition of a Christian is that they
Mhm.
know Christ in this this intimate sense,
Mm-hmm.
can anyone be a Christian?
Congratulations, you just came to a point of demolishing doctrine.
Thank you.
Well deduced. No, it's logically necessary that there are no Christians. There's just people who claim to follow Christ. There aren't any.
But so if
I mean, the Bible says it directly. No one knows the Son but the Father, and no one knows the Father but the Son. It says it. And that would be true. Now, they have an intimate relationship and know each other. That's a very specific thing.
yes. So what was I thinking about? It had to do with
Do you want me to pray about that, or you could just think about it and tell me?
I think that's kind of the same thing, if you ask me.
Within personal biases, it would be. But evidence of outside information not attainable through one's own experience, falsified in reality and holding true is evidence of communication.
Can you say that again?
Certainly. You couldn't have invented the sentence I just made. You wouldn't have said it exactly the same way. And you would have had to have my experience in order to say it.
Yes.
And that's always the case. And that's great proof that you are not me and I am not you. That means communication happened.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I said.
Okay. I got you.
But I know you're a smart lady, so I used big words to make it brief as possible.
Yeah, and my mind, for a moment there, my eyes wandered to the side chat, and I picked up a word, and it scrambled me.
You got distracted.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I fell off the track.
Richard.
Yes.
Distract.
Do you think that AI is witchcraft?
No.
Do I think AI is witchcraft? I think that people are scared of everything because it's easy to die and it's really hard to live. So they should be scared of everything. And no, I don't think that it's witchcraft of any kind. In fact, I would make the argument that AI is naturally occurring.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Do you think? Oh, right.
Oh, sorry. No.
What
See,
about
like Gangster, you have food in a refrigerator somewhere, right? Now that's because you have an intrinsic need to eat because the animal that you are. So I could say that the food in your refrigerator is naturally occurring. It's there because of a natural process of you. Well, humans want to, for whatever internalized reasons, no matter what they are, we naturally want to create slaves. And we prefer slaves that don't have a heartbeat. So we want a machine slave. So we don't have to use a cattle prod on cattle because we see that as a little bit cruel, right? So what we want is a machine slave. Well, that's going to require certain things. And we've recently dubbed that perfect machine slave as AI. But we want it. Thereby, it's naturally occurring.
What do you think?
So that's I have to think. Yeah, the whole I think, therefore I am kind of yeah. I'm suddenly thinking of solipsism for some reason. I know it's not; those are not equivalent.
Well, that's one the fact that you know things and experience things that I have not.
Yes.
Is great evidence to me personally, although not conclusive. It's at least inductive to say, I don't know your brain. You are separate from me. Solipsism is busted.
Yes.
So things like there are books I have not read. Well, then solipsism can't be true.
What about AI really means aiding intelligence?
Have you have you asked Aiden?
Maybe.
That's fair.
Mr. Richard, is your does what's his name come on your show a lot too? General and I can pronounce it. Specific.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about the word. Communication happened. When he gets a chance to, he has said to me he'd rather have argument with me than do his own shows. That's high praise. And we have exchanged telephone numbers, and I do now alert him when I'm going to have a show that he can make it if it's possible. So fairly often, yeah.
Him and Aiden seem to fight all the time. Every time they're around each other.
Well, they're two humans, and
sure?
they're two humans that like to take the lead role in a conversation.
Yeah.
And whenever you have that dynamic, there's going to be heated argument.
Yeah.
What do you think, Miss Outcat? Miss Outcat, she's a cat woman.
I sure
She's a what? A cat?
Yeah.
Well, she's not just a cat, she's a goddess cat. So let's get that square.
Well, today's her birthday. It's your birthday song. It ain't very long. Happy birthday.
Oh, I love you, Gangster Ghost. You are so wonderful.
You know, for that, and you know, not just happy birthday to anyone who's ever had one. And I happen to not be able to wish you that. So I'd like to make up for all the ones I'd missed.
Well, if you didn't have a birthday.
If I didn't have a birthday, Mark pops up on screen. Oh, Gangster Ghost.
If you didn't have a birthday, then your last name is probably Baba.
You three? And their monkey cat? Or whatever that is? What about this guy? Did he have a birthday?
Does Hanuman or the Holy Ghost have a birthday? No, it's not born. It's realized over time. When a person gets to be somewhere between as early as 5 years old, sometimes as late as 10 or even 11 years old in extreme cases, we experience those informational intuitions or prayer or Holy Ghost, whatever label you like.
Yeah. What if you did have a birthday? You're standing right here right now. What would you do then?
If I didn't have a birthday, but I were standing here right now.
Yeah.
I think that's an A, not A. I think that's logically self-defeating. I couldn't be here were I never born.
Well, if you were born tomorrow, you're standing right here right now.
Well, if I'm going to be born tomorrow, I'm an infant in a womb, and you could say something like I exist, but I wouldn't be standing and I wouldn't be talking because I wouldn't know how to use a language yet, and my brain wouldn't have the capacity anyway to use a language. It's too abstract. But I would hope that sometime in the next 3 years after that, I would be able to speak.
Yesterday, but I want to ask you, I'd like to see you talk to PG guys. I link you to their video they haven't coming up. With,
I've already opened up the channel in a separate tab and intend to see about them.
Yeah, you like it on there too. I got.
You know, I probably won't like any of them as far as their argumentation is concerned, because here's what happened, Gangster. Something about 2,000 years ago, a new set of ideas, a book, was introduced to a people, right? And they immediately had arguments over it. They had schisms and split into different groups. And each of those groups, some of them kind of went extinct. Others got bigger and got popularized. And then you get like the Catholics and the Protestant schism. You get another schism, and the schisms never ended. Actually, there's been schisms all the time. But in 2,000 years, each one of these individual Christian churches have these long-standing traditions that they keep adding to, and it's gotten to super, super fine points where they're talking about things like whether or not threads in Jesus's clothes had 2 fibers twisted, or if it was 4 fibers twisted, or 5 maybe. And those are the kinds of conversations they're having. Meanwhile, they miss that the Sabbath of God can't have happened. They miss these huge, obvious problems, and they're talking about silly crap.
They're arguing about very, very silly things, and the PGs are very, very indoctrinated and very insular.
What was the last word? It sounded like insider.
No, insular.
Insular, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
There isn't much room for anything, even though they don't actually hold the same position amongst themselves. They pretend they do.
Yeah, the definition of a heretic is somebody that you went to church with for 40 years, and then you have a picnic with them, and you talk to them too long and find out you disagree. It's the guy you sat beside in church, and you just didn't know you didn't agree on all points. That's what a heretic is, and it's extremely subjective. There is no standard. Every other church, every other religion are they heretical to whatever one you chose for whatever personal reasons. None of it makes any sense. It's like the FBI saying conspiracy theorist. It's a term you made up to demote someone else and put them below you. It's not a real thing. After all, I think that Christ could be a heretic to the Father, and the Father could be a heretic to Christ, but that's where it stops.
Oh, yeah. Well, wait, am I correct that you don't hold that the Father and the Son are the same?
The same.
Yeah, like in the Trinity. That
Here's what I think.
Jesus is God and God is Jesus.
I think if something doesn't logically follow, it's impossible in reality. In fact, I think logic is observations about reality, and we can say, well, this is real and this is not. Okay. So if I ask myself biblical questions like, did the Father hang on the cross? Well, the answer is no. Well, then they're two different persons. That make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So two different persons have two different experiences.
Yes.
How could they both be God? Well, the same as I can be very different from someone, I don't know, right upstairs from me. But we're both New Mexicans. We have this overarching thing that we both adhere to. And in the case of Christ and the Father, voluntarily, they choose to. They choose to be slaves or eved or worshipers.
Yeah.
So, because they can both agree with the set of immaterial constructs, God, and they can both comply, knowing it intimately and executing it perfectly, they are representatives of that God. Just like I can say something like, to you, I am New Mexico. Right? If you had no other experience of New Mexico, and I was being true to New Mexico form, then I could say, you could say, well, Richard is my New Mexico. And that's not nonsense. That makes perfectly good sense. So I think that's all the text is claiming about angels, about the Father, about the Christ, is that they are volunteer worshipers, perfect adherents.
Yeah. Interesting.
Not that they themselves are perfect. That's ridiculous.
No. I get it.
Right.
Yeah, it's very interesting talking with you, Richard. You have maybe it's me not knowing enough about theology or Christendom or religiosity or whatever, but you seem to have very personal beliefs. Of course, everyone has personal beliefs, but
sure, that's not special. It's all subjective. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have a unique take. For me, it's unique, at least.
You know, it is for me too, because I was an atheist until age 42. All of my adult life to age 42, I was an atheist. So it's all rather surprising to me. And there, like the laws of logic, if something cannot be true in reality, there's no reason to accept it. There's literally just no reason other than personal bias, and that's not justifiable. So I was shown a reading frame that actually works in reality. The future events are plausible. The past events are factual, verifiable, and my personal experience of these informational ideas I've borne out against reality, and even though they were outside of what I believed, even though they were outside of my experience and knowledge range, they were still true. So if a person receives information from outside of their experience and they go and they see if it really works in reality, I don't know, it doesn't matter much what you're talking about, it works in all cases. Instructions to assemble a bookcase.
Okay.
Well, you didn't already know how to assemble it. You read the instructions, you give it a try, it works. Well, obviously the instructions were correct. But what that necessitates is that someone wrote the instruction manual, right?
Of course.
So that's, that's it. Outside of my experience, falsified in reality, true in reality, must be true. Must be not from me. And that's happened to me thousands of times since 2012 that I've done that experiment. So I find that these things are true. So I believe them.
Absolutely. But how do you tie in Christ? I'm not going to say Christianity because that's a whole.
It's really interesting, actually. Yeah. I would not conflate the two the way that you speak with exactness. I would not do that.
Richard,
sir.
Fandom wants to know. We can't see the comments; it's frozen for some reason. But I have to go to YouTube to look at it. But that's where we did see your comment earlier. He said, "What does Richard mean by atheist?"
What do I mean by what? My hearing is not so good.
Atheist.
What do I mean by atheist?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
It's actually a really good question because I personally believe that both Christ and the Father are atheists by Christian definition. So an atheist is someone who wants hard evidence and wants to look at things skeptically, not cynically, and accept whatever is, the actuality, the reality. And a person who's an atheist is not very prone to being a dreamer.
Oh, I would disagree.
Because?
Well, because I am an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist, absolutely, but I'm still an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And I sure have dreams.
No, okay. Well, I meant colloquially dreams. I didn't mean the literal definition of dreams.
No. I don't mean dreams like when you lay your head down and sleep. I mean dreams.
Let me paraphrase it. They're not prone to accepting fantasy as reality.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I mean by a dreamer.
Okay. I got you.
Not literally sleeping at night having, pictures and storylines in your head. That's normal.
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Or even hopes and aspirations. That's normal. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
But they're not prone to believe something that has to be fanciful as actual.
That I would say is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I've never been prone to that kind of thing. When I was a kid in Catholic church before age 12 when I left, they would say stuff and I'd just go, boy, that didn't sit right. I didn't even know why it was wrong. I just knew it was wrong.
I know the feeling. Yeah.
Well, good for you then,
Thank you.
And well, you can't say thank you, and my observation is not a compliment. It just makes life easier. That's what I mean. It's good for you. It just makes your life easier if you're more apt to, accept what's provable and less likely to accept anything that's fanciful. It just means you want to agree with reality, and more of the things that you try will work. And your life will be easier because of it.
Yeah.
Like a Christian might be very, very, very disappointed that their teenage boy gets into a car accident right before starting college because he was partying in celebration of his acceptance into that college, and the boy is in, intensive care under the knife of a talented surgeon, and the parents pray for him and the child dies. Well, how the hell did that happen? Did two or more not agree? Does the psalm not promise, I will bear thee up in thy hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone? Does it not promise that if two or more pray in the name of God, that will be granted? Does it not say this? Of course it does. Well, why don't they accept that ain't true? They see evidence of it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, do Christians ever die of accidents? Yes. Murder?
Yes.
Of course they do. Okay, so then where's this protection? You won't even twist your ankle on a rock, is the promise. Why does a Christian ever do more than stub a toe? Why? Well, maybe it's just not written to them. Maybe that's not a promise to everyone. Could it be that?
Could be.
Is it biblically consistent if I say something like, Christ is preserved for his death on the cross? Well, yeah, the Bible says that several times. I'll protect you from Nero. I'll protect you from, the sergeant, the centurion. I'll protect you from arrows by day and swords by night. I'll protect you from all of these things. It's promised, but it's only promised to the prophet. Well, why should anyone else think that it's promised to them unless they're the prophet?
Yeah, I mean, I really have nothing to say against that because I very much agree.
Now, if it's true that it's promised to the prophet, it's carried out. And it would be consistent within itself. Because, I mean, in the story, Jesus gets into some pretty, risky situations. Comes out okay, knows when to leave, right?
Yeah.
And then when he finally, he poke and run, poke the authorities and run away, poke the authorities, run away, poke the authorities, run away, poke the authorities, and stays and gets killed, right?
Yeah.
So that's like knowing exactly how far you can push it and somebody else won't kill you, and how exactly far you have to push it to get them to kill you. That's a heck of a lot of knowledge.
It is. It sure is. I'm curious, though. Maybe you have said it. Gangster ghost.
I love his little accidents, or maybe they're on purpose. Who can tell?
Who can tell exactly? Because you said that you have since 2012 experienced this testing and finding things to be true.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't really tie in.
Well, let me show you.
God claim, yeah.
I'll make a claim.
Okay.
And feel free to go back and listen to this, because as I say it, it's designed to be new information to you and outside of your experiential range. It's designed to be that, because I'm making an example.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to assert something. I'm going to say that it's true. You tell me if it's true or not.
Okay.
Okay. When you're tapping aluminum for quarter 20, you really need to use a compressing a two flute tap, because some of the threading in aluminum is actually compressing the aluminum into a thread and not cutting it out, which is why you have to use a golf bit and can't use a 7/32.
Okay, I can answer quite immediately that I cannot say whether or not that is true.
Right, that's the idea. Okay, now could you go and Google that and see if I'm right?
Probably. Or
Okay.
ask an expert or someone working with
Right.
aluminum. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so it's a claim. It's falsifiable in reality. It's from outside of your knowledge range, and right now you have no way to verify or deny it.
Yes. True.
Roger that. That's what I did. Ideas would pop into my head from outside of my experiential range. I would not automatically grant them, but I would go see if they're true in reality. All of them have been falsifiable. There's been no non-falsifiable or objective claim.
Sure.
Okay. You want an example?
Yes, I think that would help because I still can't tie in God.
Roger that. Well, your definition of God and mine would have to differ. But if you would replace the word heavenlies with the word God there, you would agree with my claim. I'm claiming there is intelligences able to communicate in the heavenlies. Okay? All right, so here's an example. In between girlfriends, in between jobs, in between houses. I got news that my eldest brother had a specific kind of an infection which was quickly killing him, and he had to go into emergency medical care. Now that brother of mine, us being grown-ups, was in a completely different state, in a town that I'm unfamiliar with. I only knew the name of the town. I didn't know anything else about it. So I get a ride with a trucker, which he came to me, and he was the only one that came to me, and asked me why I was hanging around the truck stop, and he was going to Albemarle, North Carolina. First guy that asks, and he's going to the right place. And I'm in West Virginia. He and I were in West Virginia. He drops me off on the highway bypass. I don't know the exit number because I didn't bother to look, because it was not a concern of mine where I was. That was not a concern. He just took an off-ramp, dropped me off, wished me well, and got back on went straight. Instead of taking a cross street, got back on the highway. It's 2:30 in the morning, local time, Albemarle, North Carolina. There is no humans on the street. All the businesses are closed. It's not like Las Vegas where there's businesses open all night. It's a small town. There are no signs that point me toward or away from town. I don't see a sign that says airport this way. That would mean away from town. I don't see a sign that says hospital this way. I'm just in a neighborhood. And there's just forest and neighborhood. And they're block houses and they all look the same. And I'm looking around. I don't see one street that looks better maintained than the other, because, if a street's better maintained, it's probably leading into downtown. Yeah. Right? And so all the streets look the same. It's pitch black dark outside. I don't even have a decent moon. I got a little bit of a sliver of a moon. I can barely see anything, and I have no one to talk to. So I pray, which I'd done perhaps thousands of times before and had learned to count on it. So I prayed and I asked, where should I go? And the answers were extremely simple, and they were very timely. That is, go toward that patch right over there of woods. So I walk on the street on toward that patch. I come to an intersection, take a right here, go straight through this T intersection. Take a left here. take a left at this T intersection, take a right at this crossroads intersection, all these different intersections, and it's just telling me right, left, straight, right, left, straight. And I'm just walking. I get to the hospital, and I ask if my brother is there. They confirm it. They got me a lounge chair, a nice big fat soft lazy boy. Because he was out of surgery and in a room, but he was still sedated. He was unconscious. So they set me up sitting beside him. I did take note of the time that I got to the hospital. He wakes up about 3 hours after I get there, right? And he says, "Well, hi. How'd you get here?" And I just told him the same story that I just told you, and he started asking me some questions. He said, well, what exit was it? I said, "Don't know." He said, "What'd you see?" I said, traditional block, cookie cutter houses that all looked basically the same. What else did you see? I saw woods. He says, "Well, how'd you get here?" I said, "Well, I walked from the highway." And he said, "Well, did you see anything unusual?" I said, "Well, I saw this kind of a gas station right there by the highway in the neighborhood. Then these kinds of houses, then just huge block of forest, then another neighborhood, this kinds of house." And I describe him everything that I'd seen along the way. Yeah. He says to me, you just walked 12 miles, more or less, very close to 12 miles, in 3.5 hours, taking no wrong turns, but took the most direct route. Now, how could I possibly do that? I mean, I literally got discharged from the Army because I couldn't become a sergeant because I have a bad sense of direction. And I really wanted the promotion. I'm serious. I have the world's worst sense of direction. I'm sorry for laughing, but yeah. No, it's okay. It's very odd. Like if I go into a building and I take perhaps a left and go up some stairs and take another left and maybe take a right. I don't even need to go that deep into a building. I already couldn't point at the car if you paid me $1 million. I cannot point at the car. I have no idea where it is. I exit buildings. I have to go searching for the car every time. I have no idea where it is.
That's kind of funny to me.
All I know is that I'm in the right parking lot. That's all that I know leaving Walmart.
You must make good use of the GPS on your phone.
I love that feature. I love maps.
I can imagine.
Oh, Richard, have you ever... Did you say before you talked to that guy Wesley Curry II?
Wesley Curry II, yes. What about him?
Did he ever call you Allah?
Okay. So here's what's going on there. Yeah. The gentleman had a very, very productive life. His mind is gone.
Oh, yes. Okay.
He can still talk about past things that made sense back when he made sense. Okay. But he's suffering from dementia, and I wouldn't say that if I thought he had any chance of ever hearing me say that. But he's suffering from a pretty profound dementia. It's a medical condition. I don't blame him whatsoever. I let him onto my show, and I'm always very polite. Why? Because humans need social interaction to remain healthy. I want him to remain as healthy as possible. I account nothing that he says as true.
Yeah,
it's interesting that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, it's interesting that you say dementia. I've always thought that he was more of a that he had a psychosis.
Well, I might not have the right diagnosis. I'm only presenting an idea. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm not actually a doctor.
No, and neither am I, of course.
But it's some kind of brain dysfunction. I can tell that. I'm going to call it dementia.
Yeah,
because he is literally demented. I don't know why.
No, and I think it's very, very a positive thing that you're doing, letting him on and
Sure.
considering his, because most people just, they get tired of him very easily and they
Well, then
ban
they don't
him.
understand
And
diseases.
that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
And that's
Because
just, I mean,
whether or
that
not,
breaks my heart to think that someone would like give him a hard time or cuss him out or tell him
yeah,
or say something. That just breaks my heart. That's like, you might as well just do it to someone who's 3.
yeah,
That's the same thing.
yeah, I absolutely agree. Uh, people may think he's too much or whatever, but he's still a person, and he obviously wants, and naturally he needs, as we all do,
Yes.
this human
Yeah.
interaction.
Yeah.
So
So when he
just
shows
show
up in
him
my
kindness.
world, I immediately give him the floor. I know he's going to give me a false prophecy. I know that.
Yeah,
I know he's going to speak it with like this righteous indignation that's very accusatory. I know that. But damn it, he's a human being who needs love.
yeah, yeah, and whatever the actual medical issue is with him, it's not going to do him any good to cuss at him or throw him out of the conversation,
Right,
or
right.
it's only going to make him worse,
Right.
or his,
He's far gone enough that, and I
yeah,
don't have a fantastic medical vocabulary. I just don't. But I can speak in definitive enough and loose enough simultaneously terms to my general audience that they glean, at least whether I'm right or wrong, that what I'm saying is the man is mentally disabled. Don't pick on him, and he won't understand that that's what I just said.
yeah,
So if I can get it past him, but everybody else gets it, there's something wrong with his brain.
of course.
Yeah.
That's good of you. I'll help him out like that. That's
So I feel sorry for the gentleman. I'm sure at one point in his life, he was a productive part of society and family and probably raised some kids and the whole deal, you know?
Yeah, and he's a brilliant musician and artist. So I actually find it quite sad because he,
Yeah.
and I wish and hope for him that there is help for him and that he will receive that help. But I'm also not, there is no point to try and make him or try and convince him. I've dealt with people who have psychosis very closely. And
Simultaneously, I can promise you that wheel within a wheel does not mean a Volkswagen.
no, it
You know,
does
but
not.
that's one of the things he believes.
Yes.
That Ezekiel's talking about a Volkswagen.
Yes.
Because the emblem is circular and looks somewhat like a steering wheel. That's a wheel within a wheel. And the vehicle has wheels. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's really not though. You know?
No, I actually I like him, and
Oh, if you get
I
him
don't.
talking about music or you know anything from his distant past, he
Yeah.
becomes extremely articulate and polite and sweet, because I'm sure that's how he was.
Yeah. I think so too. Actually, Big Bad Mama, who was in here earlier, he did an interview with Wesley.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's on Big Bad Mama's channel here on YouTube. It's a very interesting interview, and he gets to talk about the vision and all of that
Well, of course.
as
Well, you
well.
couldn't stop him.
No, but it really gave a sense of depth to someone who, at least I had always just, he's coming.
You want to talk about something rather difficult? He challenged me to a debate, and out of love, I took it. So I managed a debate with him, where I didn't disrespect him at any point, and I didn't humiliate him at any point, and at no time did he understand that I understood that his brain isn't working correctly. But he just had a really good time. He did all the prophetic stuff. He quoted chapters and verses of, and he had a great time, and I thought that was a really healthy interaction.
Yes, I think.
But I'll tell you what, it wasn't easy.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine it had to have been quite difficult.
Richard, he goes on a PG show before and cursed them, and they kick him off.
They did what?
He went on their show and cursed them. Then they kicked him.
Yeah, he does that. They kicked him.
Yeah.
Well, then I'd say they don't know prayer.
They don't.
Because if they'd inquired about that man in prayer, the father would have said something like, "Love my child," which is essentially what he said to me.
Oh, that's good. Oh, can I ask you something? Have you ever heard of Steven Anderson?
I am not only familiar with Steven Anderson, but also Westbrook, Quiverful, and some of his junior pastors and what they're being accused of. I'm aware of all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said that I found out his kid said he used to beat them with a electric.
By what standard is it a beating?
I don't know, but
he beat them with an electrical cord.
So what?
It's abuse.
Depends.
No.
I don't consider myself having been abused. I can tell you stories. I'm okay.
But you not considering it abuse does not mean it's not abuse.
Right. So it's all by perspective. And
no,
I mean,
abuse
like I can't.
is where it makes damage.
Yes, that's what I think. Did they need whether they got it or not? Did they need medical attention? That's my question.
If someone, do you agree that a person can be mentally abused, psychologically abused?
Sure, and I think society makes it worse, which is why I consider myself not abused. I wasn't raised in such a society that corporal punishment was unusual or marked or interesting. It was just normal. So I don't consider myself to have been abused. Although if I told you the stories of how I was punished, both publicly and at home, you would have to label it abuse. There's no way you couldn't label it abuse in modern terms. So when society tells a person that they are abused and they believe that it's abused, I think they're compounding the problem.
Or they are validating what's inside the individual.
Well, yes, it's validation, but it's validation already steeped in a certain mind frame that is not necessarily so. Like is it abuse if I say, young person 3 years old, don't put your hand on that hot furnace because it's going to physically hurt you? Well, you'd say, well, no, that's not abuse. It's good, solid advice, right?
Yes. Yes.
And what if I say that 1,000 times and they don't believe me because they haven't experienced it? They just don't think it's true. I mean, warm feels really good from here. More warm is more good, right? So
but there is nothing that.
Let me just finish this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I know you're smart and you want to jump ahead to your answer, and I'm interested in hearing your answer. I really am. But I have to complete this first.
Yes,
okay, so
of course.
So I tell them, and that doesn't work. So I flip the back of their hand or the palm of their hand or whatever with my finger. I flip it. I give them a little fingernail flip, right? and that doesn't seem effective. Eventually, I let them burn themselves because they simply won't believe me. Is that abuse? Well, it depends. See, but that is abusing them. It's allowing or causing even physical harm to the person.
See, this is where I would say you are not causing.
Oh, allow is neglect. Neglect is abuse.
No. So what I'm saying is, if you were to take the child's hand and put it on the stove, then you are causing the hurt.
Okay.
But if the child put the hand there, they cause themselves the hurt. You have warned them.
Right.
And
so if a child chooses to not eat and I don't encourage them and I don't force them to eat, is that abuse?
Here is why you have already told them multiple times that they should not do it, which is the same as a parent encouraging the child to eat.
Okay. So the truth of the matter is, my flesh can't handle those temperatures in direct contact, right? No human can do that, right? And someone tried to tell me that no human can do that, not in those terms, but that's what they were trying to convey, right? That I, like everyone else in history, would get burned by leaning on a wood stove, okay?
Yeah.
And they allow me to experience that so that I can learn it. And that's not abuse because I voluntarily did it, okay? But hold on, the eventuality is I learn from that and I develop a healthy fear of fire that preserves me later, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a casual thing. I actually learned something from that, and it's going to matter the rest of my life. So tell me where to draw the line at punishment versus abuse.
So punishment, first of all, does not have to be physical, and it does not have to be causing psychological harm. You're not harming a child by telling them, don't touch the stove, you will get hurt. That is not harm. It's
right,
the
that's
opposite.
just saying something that's true.
Yes, and it's protecting.
Right,
Because you are
gotcha.
warning them. If I were to say, don't touch the stove, I know you're going to because you're a stupid child, you're ugly, and you're not worthy of my love. Suddenly we have a very different situation. Okay.
Well, yeah, the adult in that situation is mentally ill. It's a very different situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't.
But I didn't think we were talking about outliers here. I thought we were talking about averages.
Of course. But
okay.
So in your example, the parent did everything they could.
Sure.
Even a thousand times over.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. If the child still gets hurt because they still did it, that is an accident. No one is going to be, if you were to take the child's hand or face or whatever part of their body and put it to the fire or the stove.
For how long? I mean, do you mean the briefest possible actual contact with the smallest part of the body with the least sensitivity? You might have actually done them a favor because they would have just ran their face into it.
Sure. But so here is where the legal system comes in to play.
And societies. I'm not trying to, ignore that you're in a different society than me, but go ahead.
wait, where was I going? Yeah,
The last. Go ahead.
No parent or no person is going to, if we take away the parent-child interaction
Mm-hmm.
and say between two random grown-up people,
Mm-hmm.
if you say to someone, say for instance, you and I were meeting and we were having dinner and there is sauce
Oh,
on
that
the
sounds
table.
lovely. What are we having? Sorry, go ahead.
You haven't seen me eat. No, I'm kidding.
It's actually disgusting.
Yes.
Okay, two
No,
random
there is
adults.
Yeah.
Two random adults, not
Two random
parent
adults.
child. Yeah.
Exactly. And there is hot sauce on the table. I don't know it's hot sauce, but you know from our earlier interaction that I actually become very ill from eating hot sauce.
Yeah.
And you tell me, don't eat it. It's hot. Or
Mm-hmm.
just say it's hot sauce. You inform me of what it is. And in this case, since I'm not a child, I'm going to instantly realize, okay, I should not eat that.
Mm-hmm.
If I instead think, yeah, maybe I still want to try though. So I
Mm-hmm.
try it and I become very ill and we have to go to the hospital instead of having this nice dinner.
Yeah.
Then you have not, no one, no, no court and no sane person, I would say, would claim that you had abused me or what's the word?
Right.
Mishandled. Okay, you get it. Maybe
Yeah.
not the Swedish word.
No, abused is fine. Abused is fine. That's a good term. Okay, here's
But
my
but wait.
assertion.
The
Go ahead.
last point is,
Sorry.
if you instead took that sauce, hold me down and forced it in me, knowing that I would become sick, that's the difference that I'm trying to.
But we're going to agree in these extreme cases. Let me make it. Let's get more specific and actually find the border.
Okay.
What is the defining point in your opinion versus my opinion is my question. Okay. Let's say same scenario, same situation, same two people. What the scenario you just gave, the hypothetical you just gave. So I say don't have it, and I know about your ulcer or whatever it is, and you say I don't believe you that that's hot sauce, and I take the hot sauce and I unscrew the cap and I put the very smallest amount on one of the tips of my fingers.
Yeah.
And I reach over to you and I put it on your eyeball real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, now obviously I'm purposefully hurting you.
Yes.
And really causing a serious amount of pain.
Yes.
Okay? But if it's less pain than and less injury than what you would have done by consuming it yourself, did I hurt you or did I help you? My contention is I did you a favor. By really actually hurting you.
See, this is, and I fully agree that there is agree that there is sort of a floating line there. It's very difficult to narrow it down to the exact minute
Let me
point
assert something. If it causes less harm than the eventual and unavoidable, it has to be eventual and unavoidable, actuality that would occur, then it's not abuse.
I think I can agree to that.
Okay, in which case, my mom did me regular favors on a regular basis, telling me the truth about reality, and right now they would call it abuse. I don't think it's abuse.
So it's... Ooh, wait 3 seconds, or maybe a bit more. Here. Thank
I want you to know that I respect you enough and your mind enough that I've been stalling having a cigarette for about a half an hour. I have to smoke outdoors.
That's very kind of you. I was just given dinner here from my lovely soot kettle.
Aww.
That's very kind of you. I used to be a smoker. I know how hard that is.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing.
No.
Would you tell Lovey that they did okay for themselves in choosing of a mate? In fact, I'm rather impressed.
I will, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, if you have food and I want a cigarette,
yes,
seems there's a natural order of things right there.
True. Very, very true.
Thank you so much for the conversation.
You too, Richard. You take care of yourself and your loved ones, of course.
Of course. I like this. Spoil them as you can with what you have in excess without harming yourself. And spoil them rotten.
That sounds very good to me. Very good. I agree.
Well, with that, Gangster Ghost, thanks for allowing me on your channel again. And in retrospect, thank you, Aiden, for tentatively doing a show. That would be interesting if it happens. Not that I hold him to that exactly. Life happens. Thanks a lot, Gangster.
Thank you. I think Gangster is muted. Gangster Ghost, are you there or are you at the PGs?
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Launch. Are you there, dear Gangster Ghost? Mr. Gangster Ghost? Logan. Are you there or am I here myself? Are you there or am I here myself? It seems I'm very much alone, which is kind of a weird thing for me to be in these circumstances. Gangster! Gangster. I can see it now, Phantom, because I just changed tabs to YouTube. Let's see what you said. Is there a way you could have gotten the message less with harm than you did wrong by putting the hot sauce in her eye? Yes. I don't know where I draw the line and call it abuse.
Oh,
Says
where did
Phantom.
he go?
There you are. There you are.
Oh, sorry. Where did he go?
He went for a smoke.
Wow.
And I was just served dinner by Sutkat.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm having a wonderful time.
You wanna, yes, can you see this? That's weird. What happened with the,
I don't know. It worked for a little while. And then just...
It works on that other one, but not this one for some reason. The Ghostman one works, but That's weird.
Hmm?
Is it the Illuminati again?
I think so. Nerdy rodent, can I have some of your dinner? Well, since you're a rodent, I think you would like this dinner very much. And you can have it when I'm finished.
It's crazy. This is called a crazy Amish guy. All kinds of crazies. He decided to leave or something?
Yes.
Oh, what about Steve Anderson?
And the carpenter crack is exploding. That's just, it's unbelievable. And you say, I can't believe you mention it. I can't believe I see it almost every day. Yeah. That's what I can't believe. Don't get mad at me for mentioning it. Why don't you be shocked that it's happening in our country?
Yeah, that's right.
And it's not something that's rare. It's the style. The lowrider pants, the lowrider. And it's funny, because you just see the girls, you know, they're constantly pulling their shirt down and pulling their pants up, pulling their shirt down. I mean, you see women wearing short skirts and they're constantly tugging them down, trying to make sure. And they, you know, sitting down takes like a 10-step process. Because they gotta. Why don't you just buy the right clothes that fit you, that cover you?
Is that true, Miss Hawkins?
I would say no. I'm also very curious to how is that a sermon? How is it a sermon, him being upset about how people dress? I don't know. Maybe there is context missing, but it sounds more like him just being angry and working himself up.
Yeah, he's a crazy Steve.
Yes.
He's a crazy guy. Yeah, Pope Anderson, Pastor Anderson versus Evolution. Who will win a fight between Steve Anderson versus Evolution?
Oh. Steve.
Do you think you can take him? Oh, JB Holden. JB Holden too. JB Holden. Well, yeah, it's crazy. Have we ever seen all kinds of crazy stuff back in the day? Steve Anderson's just a crazy guy. Do you think so?
Yes, I very much think so. I also think he's a very harmful guy. He causes harm.
He said he allows his. Do you think that's Isaac there?
Could be. I'm not sure though. I don't know how. 7 years ago, yeah, maybe.
Honor him all, the Sun God. Known to be the Sun God. Can't hold Harvard. Oh, Steve Anderson, he fights the Hindus. Because he's so. Yeah, he's a crazy guy. Oh. Oh, this is what the Amish guy had to take on.
Alright, gonna do a real quick video here answering a question that I've been asked now a couple times. Why aren't you saying something about the Ken Hovind issue? Well, I really didn't think I needed to. be quite frank. Ken Hovind has been rebuked by myself, by a few others, and you know, I used to think very highly of the man, but then after realizing the false teachings that he has said, and you know, you realize, you start looking at, you know, I was watching some of his stuff, you know, after he got out of prison, and it's just like a lot of what he says, it's the same script that he was using in his creation seminar, and you start going, you know, and he tries to actually exposit scripture apart from his seminar thing, and you start going, man, this guy doesn't know the Bible very well. And it's very weird, and his connections and things, and he's a crooked man. But the scripture that was brought up to Ken Hovind about his divorce from his original wife, he just kind of skirted it and things. But let's look at this. Matthew chapter 5, verse 32. It says here, "But I say unto..."
I think that was a Scooby. Scooby's being a little camera shy. Scooby, are you doing a wander? Can you say hello to the good people?
Hi, Scooby. Oh.
He's a sleepy. He's a sleepy.
Yeah.
It isn't easy being Scooby. There's a lot of patrolling around the house. There's a lot of napping. There's a lot of we're about to go on a walk. So it's not an easy day in the life of a Scooby.
Poor little guy. So much
I know.
to do.
It's true.
What do you think of that crazy Amish guy?
Have you ever seen the crazy Amish guy and Richard in the same room? That's all I want to know.
I haven't.
They sound kind of similar, you know? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But do they have the same
Well, what do you
beard?
think of Richard?
That is also true. That's also true. I'm on a new search. This time it's not for my house key, but this time
Did you find
it's
your
for my
house keys?
headphones. I did. It was for some reason, it was in the box of Scooby stuff. So it was underneath his walking harness, because that makes sense. It's good.
Yeah.
Good spot for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's a video I'd like to show you. The Amish guy goes out for Catholic paintings. I wonder what you think.
Well, what I think is that Deviant was right all along, and that Scooby did steal my house key, which is why it was hidden in the box of Scooby stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to say that these paintings are perverted.
That they are what? Perverted?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it displays a person in the natural human form. No, it's perverted.
With clothes on.
And Deviant, you better cover up those rock nipples. That's all I'm saying. It's perverted, Deviant.
This is perverted for some reason. Where Jesus is a boy looking in the eyes of a priest.
All right. And this is perverted. Why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
I'm very curious.
What's the crazy Amish?
Where is there a priest with a tonsured haircut holding Jesus Christ? Where is there a priest with a tonsured haircut holding Jesus Christ as a little baby and kissing and snuggling with him? And
that photograph, obviously stupid. That's a painting. That's a photograph. Come on.
He's saying, where's that in scripture? I guess.
Or does it say that in scripture? It's obviously conveying an idea rather than conveying a direct scriptural event. Like, that's something that plenty of painters throughout history have done. They've taken biblical events and they've used them to convey broader ideas and concepts. Like, does this guy walk into Sistine Chapel and see they see Michelangelo's work on the ceiling and they're like, "Where's that scene in the Bible? Where does Adam literally reach out his hand and offerings towards the Lord in the way that it's described in this painting? That doesn't happen anywhere in the Bible." It's like, yeah, no crap. It's meant to convey an idea. It's not meant to depict a literal event, you dullard.
Yeah, this guy is crazy.
Why are you even bringing it up? Well, because the lusty, look in this child's eyes is looking into the priest's eyes.
What?
And
what?
Yeah,
What
he tried to get perverted.
Yeah, it's everybody else that's perverted. It's not you that looks upon a child's eyes and just inherently sees lust within them. Yeah, no, that doesn't speak to anything that's going on inside your head, buddy.
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
There you have this.
People are just so perverted because they painted this child with just such providing lust in his eyes, and it just makes me so disgusted, Oh, gross.
And he's holding these.
The hell's
white
wrong
lilies
with you,
symbolizing
man?
Purity. Oh, isn't that wonderful? What are you doing with a little naked baby that's not your child?
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. I am now scared for all children that are close to this man.
Every nurse in history is actually a pedophile because they were around a naked child that wasn't there. Get away!
I'm not going to get into the phallic
Every
significance
midwife.
of the tantra.
I was gonna say, just imagine the midwives.
Yeah. They're shot. The moment that they take the babies out of their hands, it's only right because they're perverted and they can't be allowed to be in society. They touched a naked child that wasn't theirs.
Haircut there of that monk. Big surprise.
He thinks that's perverted too. A monk kissing baby Jesus.
It's clearly like expressing affection.
See?
Upon thousands of these pervert priests. One of these perverts.
But like, why are you going around looking for this artwork? I highly doubt that this is like so prolific that like he just pulls these out from memory. You went looking for this crap, dude.
He tried. It's why he definitely hates doesn't like the Catholic Church.
Yes, but he's putting the cart before the horse like so many of these idiots do on a daily basis. He's started with the conclusion that he hates Catholics and is looking for reasons from that conclusion rather than what a normal person would do, which is derive that dislike from actual learned experience in their life. That would be a lot more appealing as far as an argument is concerned. Actually drawing from your own experiences and using those to convey your ideas rather than putting up all of these ridiculous images and expecting everybody in the audience to be like, "Yep, I agree. That's exactly what I think. I have the exact same messed up perceptions that guy does."
Put holes on the gnome.
What it tells me is that it's not actually designed to appeal to people outside of his little group. This is a video that was made so that everybody in his group can pat each other on the back and go, "Yep, aren't we right in the way that we think? Yep, that's right, and it's right because the video says so."
Look what bubblegum butt put clothes on the gnomes. So put clothes on yourself, Aiden.
Is bubblegum in the side chat? Wow, I'm glad this is the day that the side chat is broken.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure it's really bubblegum because it says bubblegum butt.
Bubblegum butt. That's funny.
Well, I'm not. It probably is Peter Cottontail.
Oh, Peter Cottontail.
I think so too.
Yeah, he thinks this is perverted. Do you think so?
No.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to join on my headphones. I'm going to go and give Scooby a stroll and hang out with you guys while I'm doing that because Brianna is at work.
Is
Hey,
Brianna
just,
woke?
this part
And
always
I'm lonely, so I need to hang out with my friends.
Oh no.
Oh, thank
I'm glad.
Yeah, it was weird. This part always weirded me out in this. Show these paintings saying they're perverted. I just not sure how are they perverted. Do you see any of them so far that look perverted?
Not at all. Not at all.
What the? He disappeared.
And he went off.
No, as I said,
Enough to file priest.
He's hung up on in his head. And
yeah.
So there is nothing perverted.
Oh, you're breaking up there, Miss.
Perverted. Oh.
There you are.
Okay, good. There's nothing perverted about these images.
sorry, Deviant, all I could hear from that is Schmeega-durga-burga-schneega-burgen.
Talks about the pedophile priest.
In a second, I thought,
Yeah, you are breaking up, at least on my end.
what? Why?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Why'd you go ask your boyfriend, son?
Son.
Hey guys, Missing Mod here. I love you, Mod. I'm joking.
He does. This guy does have a son.
Does he?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Look at him. He's looking at you, Aiden. He said, "What do you think you're talking about?"
Man, it's made me realize with like sudden horror at times. Like there's human beings out there that are like, man, Stephen Bolin, he's my dad. And that's just that's scary.
It's scary. It's sad.
That's a Halloween story if ever I've heard one.
Oh, where are you gonna go for Halloween, you little guy?
I might go to Dinosaur Adventureland and bring a whole bunch of like spiked punch. Like spike the punch with a bunch of alcohol so that it can actually be like a good time over there for once.
Looking at you, Aiden.
Pervert, okay? Stuff, they just push the envelope of what is acceptable and they call it art.
It's called an envelope.
Law.
It's not an envelope, it's an envelope.
It's an envelope.
Envelope! God, what a stupid pronunciation.
But it does envelop.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's like an ensemble, Like no, that's not how you say it.
It's an ensemble.
There, the law.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Learn the words. Go ahead, Gangster Ghost. I want to hear this crazy dude.
Yeah, let's hear this crazy 7-Eleven parking lot preacher. This really is the kind of crap I would hear.
Yeah. He lives out in the woods in Maine, and he's going to church buildings and begging.
You know what? You know who she have a debate with? Bruce. That would be fun.
He says he's Baptist, I think. I'm not sure, but
Bruce is like, anybody who wants to understand the magic book needs to go to the magic building and listen to the representative for the Magic Man.
number 11. Now here's where they will squeak through. The Roman Catholic artists down through the centuries, they'll squeak through with this definition, because you don't need to be vexed.
Don't use the word squeak in the context of what you've been talking about, please. Please don't use that word.
Might even show you that. And certainly Roman Catholicism has added to this thing of child pornography. And I'm going to advertising. 2256 US Code number 18 U. Their definition, Information Institute, Cornell University.
What do you say?
He used the word child pornography describing these images.
Yeah.
That, again, it only speaks to his mind.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably would agree. Hi, Aiden. We missed you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm out walking, Scooby, so I might cut in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't imagine this guy like looking at a picture of his Lord and Savior and being like, "Yep, child porn." Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't.
Same. It's very, very strange. I also don't understand. Is there no such thing in his mind, like caring for someone, showing love without it being porn?
Nah, if they wanted to show love, they should have shown Jesus and Joseph, the husband, playing catch in the backyard. That's what they should have shown for that. Hey, Daddy Joseph, let's go throw the falafel around the backyard, oi!
Oh, that's racist.
Oh, the priest?
I don't know what you're talking about. What? What's wrong? What's wrong? Oy vey!
Ollie.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was clearly impersonating J-Dubs when I was doing that impression. Come on.
Okay. I don't know J-Dubs enough.
Oh, he's the guy that got arrested in the Walmart on stream?
Oh!
You mean McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Well, yeah, but canonically in my mind, it's a Walmart McDonald's that he got arrested in. It's not just your average McDonald's that is like a standalone restaurant. It's like a side McDonald's that you go to after you go and pick up a whole bunch of groceries.
I think you're right there.
I've never had it confirmed to me once, but it's just actually canon in my mind that that's where it happened. I've played a game of telephone with information that isn't even misinformation. I've just whole cloth just made it up in my mind and have just began distributing it, and these people are the same ones that are like, yeah, this book has gone 2,000 years of that with no distortion whatsoever. It's perfectly intact.
Look at him.
Hey, Scooby. No.
Fall asleep.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a Scooby right now.
I have here and I call it child pornography because it has no basis.
Getting into things he's not supposed to be getting into.
He says it's child pornography, child thingamajiggy because it had no basis in scripture.
How does that? Okay, so I guess the Iliad and the Odyssey and the Bhagavad Gita and the Beatles and everything that literally isn't Christianity is just that, according to that definition. That seems very sound.
Everything that isn't the Bible is now child.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to use the word too many times because I don't want to get flagged in the algorithm.
Me too.
Look at him. He's pointing at you.
Is this? I'm not seeing it because I'm walking Scooby, but I'm imagining it's like the iconic Uncle Sam, like I want you, like that kind of pose.
It's not far away from that, actually.
Why are you staring at you?
Which, much like almost everything in America, was copied by the British, by the way, from a famous World War I poster from King George V. But that's okay. That's all right, Americans. You pretend like you came up with something on your own for once. We'll let you have it.
Kind of like the Romans.
Right.
You can go ahead and play
Softcore child pornography. I'm not even going to get into the actual child pornography. I'm going to show you and I believe
probably a good idea.
And is the Roman Catholic system guilty of promoting child?
Yes, because I said so.
Exactly.
I always thought that was strange. What do you think?
I think he's got about as good of a basis for his arguments as the Proverbs guys have for their arguments earlier in the show.
I think this might be the full video. Yep.
Is the Roman Catholic system promoting child pornography? I'm going to show you a child pornography. I'm going to get into the softcore.
Can you not, though? No, but can you not?
Conduct. Now,
please, though.
Show you that. And certainly Roman Catholicism has added to this thing of child pornography. And I'm like, where is this at? Why you mean? Well, because where is there a priest with a tonsured haircut holding Jesus Christ as a little baby and kissing and snuggling with him and stuff like that? We're going to get into the phallic significance of the tonsure haircut there of that monk.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Are you serious?
Are into the just thousands upon.
He's not suggesting what I think. He's not.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
No. This is actually giving me pain. This is bringing me I'm getting a headache right now.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a tonsured haircut, but for some reason, I'm getting a serious headache right now.
Sorry about that.
You should be, Gangster Co. because you subjected me to this.
No.
No.
Please continue the video so we can.
Why? No.
How bad Aiden's headache can get.
Oh.
I've fought headaches for most of this week. I don't have one today yet.
But I don't want to. I don't. No.
Yes.
I literally have the same argumentation as one of Saddam Hussein's lieutenants begging for his life in court as he's randomly selecting who's gonna live and who's gonna die. No, please, no.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Upon thousands of these pervert priests. One of these perverts. But what if you're a pedophile priest? And see how there's makeup and stuff on the child's face and it's meant to look attractive and kind of like that? Here's a painting.
It's an object. I'm going to objectify this child, but then get outraged when they get objectified in a different way. It's like, okay, go off, I guess. This is so weird.
Yeah, this is an old video back in the day.
I feel like I'm cornered at a family gathering with a weird uncle that I really don't want to talk to, but nobody else is around, and the only way to the door is through him, and he's blocked it off, and he's talking to me about this horrible divorce he just went through, and he's starting to bawl on my shoulder. I'm just like, anything, please, anything to get me out of there. Mark, Christian, anybody, Lupin, can you come in, buddy? Lupin, could you come in? I need something. You're breaking me in real time. I hope you're proud of yourselves.
I feel very proud.
This is what they played. You know how in like Guantanamo Bay they played Katy Perry on like repeat, or Madonna? There were like two people that they played on repeat over. This is what would be playing in my cell. Over and over again, because I'd already be broken within like an hour.
But see, that's why we need to strengthen you up by... We're hurting you to love you more.
Does that really work? Like, is it outside of like the story of Mithridates slowly poisoning himself over time? That backfired for him, didn't it, though? Because when Mithridates IV was about to get captured, he had poison on hand. But it didn't work, did it, Deviant? He got paraded in the triumph.
Well, I take no responsibility for my arguments.
I'm sorry. I'm literally just filibustering at this point to delay this video from being played any longer. Go ahead. I ran out.
Which I saw and I thought, this is rather telling. Okay? No. Look at that picture. Now tell me, is that thing biblically accurate? All right? Now, taken it by Chambers. Okay? You have St. Anthony of Padua and Christ Child. You're a pervert, okay? Stuff you acceptable, and they call it.
Did he call the city of Padua Padua?
Yes.
Okay.
They got that ancient city of Padua.
And I call it child pornography.
And he called him a pervert.
It's like when Christian pronounced the kingdom of Bithynia. He was like, and the kingdom of Bithynia. It's like, oh no. Oh man. That one time that Socrates went to the kingdom of Bithynia, then he stopped by the Padua.
Padua. Padua.
Oh yeah, sorry. He stopped by the Padua. Pretty sure the Padua is that place next to the Whiskey a Go-Go, I'm pretty sure.
He's looking at you.
With one eye. He's looking at you with the... no. Stop it.
Pretty sure my wife got diagnosed with Padua the other year.
But if you jump down to number 11, now here's where they will squeak through. The Roman Catholic artists down through the centuries, they'll squeak through with this definition.
Oh.
It's okay, Aiden.
No, it's not.
I know, but it will be. It will be. One day, probably, perhaps, if you work hard at it and go to therapy.
You're at the bottom of the oubliette, and another bucket full of feces has just been dumped down on top of you.
This guy's a crazy guy.
Is it over? Is it over?
Yeah, it's over now.
Okay, it's done. It's done. I was about to ask for freaking bubblegum to come in, all right? That's how desperate you were getting me.
He's just a funny, crazy guy. The Amish guy, Brian Dickinger.
He's something. Yeah, he's something.
It's weird. When I saw that video the first time, I edited around, make it look crazy, but yours was kind of weird. I don't get how is that painting supposed to be perverted.
You know how I described before that Stump's version of hell would be like him strapped in a room, like having to listen to me for all time without being able to get a word in edgewise? That'd be me with that guy. That's my hell. Right there. Right there.
Marcel knows a lot about him. He's seen a lot of his videos too.
Oh my gosh, Scooby's rolling around in the leaves. Can I capture it on video?
I hope so.
Oh, he just stopped. Dang it. Oh, here he goes. Ah.
Where's the video? The video. Can't see it.
You can't see the video?
No. We only see melange.
What the heck? I have it. Oh, hold on. Turned off. I'm going to give a Scooby cam for this walk. How about that?
Awesome.
Oh, you're all tangled up, Scooby. I can... Hold on. Let me get you off your leash, you silly buddy. Oh, he's running. He's running.
He's running, and he's very excited.
He is very excited. Let's go, Scooby.
No, I see pictures of people being walked down the street by other people.
I've never seen that.
Come on. Scooby. Come on. Stop eating grass. You're not a cow.
What if we had a picture of Scooby walking Aiden down the street?
I think that's what we're seeing right now.
That typically is what happens. That's correct. That typically is what happens.
Oh, he has his happy tail.
He does. Yes, his tail's all spiraled up right now.
Yeah.
There he is. He's rolling.
Oh, good. Oh, that feels so good, Scooby.
And he's got a shake, of course.
Yes.
If I have Achilles on here one day, would you like to have you or Big Ben?
I'll tell you what. Achilles could debate Scooby. How does that sound?
One-on-one talk.
Hey, come on. This way.
Hey,
this way. Not this way. This way. You've got a whole park that you could run around in, and you want to go hang out on the sidewalk. Why?
Because there is a pole that I'm not gonna pee on it.
He's just going on a Scooby patrol right now. If you run out onto the road, you're gonna make me look bad as a parent, Scooby.
Yes.
Because you're not on leash right now.
I was just thinking.
I mean, would you like to
Hey,
have a
Scooby, come on this way.
over if Catholic Church is pagan?
There he goes.
Cool.
There he goes.
Oh my goodness.
This is a very fascinating tree.
What did you say, Gangster Ghost?
Would you like to have a debate with Achilles over if Church is pagan?
Hey. No. No, I don't think that's a very interesting topic to me.
Oh, over the Nicene Creed.
I'll tell you what. You know what? I retract my previous statement. Wow, Scooby's really getting away from me. Hold on.
Whoops.
Scooby. Ah! He gets away from you, man. I'm telling you. But
you can't.
Yes.
Guy.
Scooby could pick the topic of me and Achilles' debate. All right. Oh, there he goes again! There he goes again!
Have you ever heard of J.P. Holden?
J.P. What was his last name? Holden.
Yeah, he does Christian cartoons on here a lot. Called Tecton.
Deviant's trying to think, but she's too busy watching Scooby.
Kinda, yeah. I'm also thinking maybe it's time to okay, now you're out on some side road, but I can't help but thinking maybe a leash is a good idea because he's very fast.
No, he knows to behave himself on sidewalks.
Okay,
this guy's 12 years old, and yeah, he runs like crazy.
Yeah. He's quick little dude. So did you say J.P.
Hold it.
She said, "Yay!"
A cartoon called Tecton. You ever heard of it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's a apologist. I think. Scooby is a good duck.
Yes, he is.
That's what Mark said in the comments. Too bad we can't see what's in the comments. No good what's going on. 6 all 8 is fault.
I think it's. I blame Christian personally, and by Christian I mean the Christian Trout.
Oh, not Pike.
No, I mean the Christian Trout.
Okay, it's definitely his fault.
Have you seen him in the chat yet? No, because he's getting up to stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think Scooby's about to make some Proverbs guy content. I can't show that on YouTube. Hold on. Let me shut the camera off. There we go.
Aiden, but would you like to see Big Bad Mama talk to Achilles over what happened?
Sure.
Well, I wonder, what did Big Bad Mama find out about him and what happened?
I don't know.
You, Aiden?
Scooby, come on. Let's go.
What if he found out that
Was it me?
Is your long lost father?
Just assume while I'm walking Scooby that everything in this universe is caused by and will affect Scooby.
Oh. Well, when you go be for Halloween, little guy, you could go as yourself a gnome.
I need to find some kind of spooky sweater because Scooby does have a jack-o'-lantern sweater that he does wear on occasion, but it's too warm for him to wear it today. Otherwise, I would have him wearing it.
Oh. You ever seen that movie Night of the Demons?
I have not.
Was it based on you?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Are you
That's correct?
They did say you're the Prince of Ball.
We see here a Scooby in his natural habitat. Notice as he rummages through the foliage, searching for the smell of other dogs. Truly a magnificent example of a predator at work.
I'm not gonna tell you about it, but
Brother Pike?
I have.
Tell Brother Pike to get on the freaking show and stop calling you in private like a little coward. Whatever Brother Pike has to say to you, he could say to all of us, including Scooby.
Brother Pike? How about
you tell Christian? No, how about you tell Christian to shut up? Because we're on your show right now, and he's disrespecting it by getting on here and just yapping his gums off.
Wait, what, Brother Pike? Aiden, how's your boyfriend doing? He said.
Oh, tell Christian his dad's doing just fine.
Tell Christian his dad's doing such fine. Okay, that'd be good.
I'm driving back to North Georgia, and I'm going to get back in town after 6.
Yeah.
So if we can do 7:30, it'd be easy for me.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Scooby.
Okay, buddy, I'll see you. Try to be on there by 7, okay?
Okay.
Deviant.
Bye, buddy.
Do you have the hiccups?
He had to leave, but he says we'll push the show back to 7:30 tonight.
Oh, like a coward would do. Cool. Yeah, sounds good. I'm just wondering, Christian. I'm just wondering, like, when Jesus was about to get arrested, do you think that, like, Simon Peter was like, "Oh, I'll cut the Roman soldier's ear off another time. I guess I'll do that later." Like, do you mind if I cut your ear off at like 7:30, Roman soldier? Would that be okay by you? Does anybody think he'd do? No, he did it right then because he had courage, Christian.
And what did Jesus do? He undid what he did immediately, which shows that he was in the right.
What?
That's some real Bible teaching for you, unlike this charlatan brother, quote unquote, Pike. Chrissy Pike, more like Prissy Pike. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what horror movies have you seen in your lifetime?
I have seen. Well, what do you count as a Halloween movie?
Horror movie.
So I've seen Night of the Living Dead. I've seen Friday the 13th. Yes, the original. I've seen Friday the 13th. I have seen Freddy Krueger, which is Nightmare on Elm Street.
The original?
Yes. I have seen. I think I saw the sequel to that one too. I'm pretty sure.
2, Freddy's Revenge.
Yeah, I think I saw all of them up to the Dream Warriors. Actually, I think that was the last one that I saw of theirs. But I saw those. I don't really count Paranormal Activity, but I guess if I'm trying to like pad out my credentials, I'll include Paranormal Activity.
I don't like Paranormal Activity. It likes you.
Does it though? I think it liked my wallet.
Oh, okay. All horror
Is the
movies
Scooby
are...
Cam still holding up, by the way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, have
Scooby,
you ever
this way.
seen Michael Myers?
Yes, I have seen Halloween.
What about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, based on Lupin?
Yes, I have seen. I've also seen AJ Chainsaw Massacre. I have.
What about the Pinhead movies? Hellraiser.
Oh yeah, I've seen Hellraiser.
Have you ever seen Wishmaster?
No.
That's about the Gen.
Oh.
It's the they talked about that the other day. What's her name? Terry did, and that's a movie based on that about an evil genie that uses your wishes against you.
I thought my comment that I made the other day was very clever, and hardly anybody recognized it. Everyone was talking about Father Charles flirting with Terry, and I put in the comments, I was like, Chuck was trying to get some of Terry's strange. And, like, nobody laughed about it. I thought it was good.
Sorry about that.
We probably just missed it.
Oh my gosh, Scooby rolls! And he was rolling in the leaves. He's just a little guy.
Yeah. Oh.
Did he take on the gangster, Steven?
Scooby would win in a fight against anyone in this community.
What about gangster?
Hey! Don't you be eating that. I said, don't you be eating that, sir. See, Christian, that's what you're doing. You don't, like, make a definitive decision. You're like, oh, maybe I'll go away from it, maybe I won't. You gotta be decisive.
Decisive.
When Judas betrayed Jesus, was he like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna get the 30 pieces of silver? No, he got the 30 pieces of silver. He got that bag, son.
It's so sad that you don't understand Swedish. I could have made a funny joke. I can't make it in English because it doesn't make any sense. Let's just say it has to do with bags.
Gotcha. Oh, Scooby. I have to put you back on leash right now, so the Scooby Cam has to go away, but he's zooming right now.
That's what Phantom said.
I can't see what he's saying right now, Gangster. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gigi. I'm sorry Aiden thought that was funny. That was good too.
Shut up.
Phantom
That was good. He laughed. Gangster Ghost laughed. It was a polite laugh, but he laughed.
Aiden, who won in a boxing match between you versus Phantom?
I don't know what Phantom looks like. He'd probably kick my butt.
What about you versus Lupin?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that one. I feel like the only way that Lupin would be capable of beating me was if somehow he ended up getting out like one big thunderous punch right out in the beginning. Because I feel like after that, he's going to be too winded to actually fight. He's going to like try to get in a couple of punches. I'm just going to go around those because it's pretty easy for people of his type. Let's just put it that way. And then it's basically over.
What about this guy? 3 of them.
Well, he has Claude on one shoulder and the Skylar on the other. I think Claude is going to knock them all down. That guy wouldn't mess
Gangster Aiden. With Gangster Steven. This is the face to face when you see first time seeing Gangster Steven.
I thought he actually once had that haircut or that style of hair.
Miss Bond did too. Yes, did you have? Was that real?
Who did Miss Bond ask?
Steven. Was it?
Oh. Steven in the dreads is iconic.
Yes. Man, dude.
Yep, gangster. What's
people see how much fun that we're having over here, and they hate that so much.
Oh, I found a picture of Kent when he was a kid.
Oh my goodness. I have a feeling I already know. It's the SpongeBob one, isn't it? Scooby, there's cars, there's multi-ton death machines barreling down the road. You cannot cross it, sir. He doesn't have the largest brain.
Here's Mark, Aiden, and Skylar, and Monkey guy.
Wait, who is Skylar the one on the right there?
What is that monkey doing there? Is he?
I think that's Hanuman.
Who's that?
It's a god. I think that's his name. I could be.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
Mark Shiba.
Haruman, who's you?
Hanuman.
Here's a book based on Mark's life.
The warrior, the Mark Stoney story.
I like how whenever Gigi doesn't quite know when to take the show through, he's just like, all right, time to visit the classics. Time to dust them off.
The gang's all here.
That's right. Oh my gosh, that loofah has been sitting in the middle of the highway for God knows how long.
Here's Aiden when he was 50 years old.
See, but he looks like he's 60, and that's like, aw. I don't want to look that old when I'm 50.
What about this
No,
guy?
but it's said. Oh, that's Aiden Darwin A.
I'd rather look like this, honestly. I really would. I'd rather look like this in my later years.
Well, you just need to grow the beard.
Although I've got
Shave
a
your
seriously I've got a lumpy ass forehead. I'd have like the terror on top of my head was what it would look like an entire Incan civilization on top of Machu Picchu just resting on my forehead.
Oh, please, please do it. I can build a very tiny form of Machu Picchu so you can wear it as a hat.
No, nobody needs bumpy, misshapen,
Question
bare
by
head.
Charlie. I'm Mark, the Jesuit priest, here to give you advice.
You know, if you're a Jesuit priest, you got quite the beer belly there. I don't know.
He's here to bless you, my child.
Note that he has a cape, kind of like Superman.
Yeah.
That's just funny. I don't get how are the paintings supposed to be perverted for some reason. Where's it good, David?
I mean, I think he's the perverted
No.
one.
I would like to plead no and not guilty, and also out with all due prejudice.
Get out of my head.
No, Sir Dan is going to be having a show today. He's brilliant.
Oh wow. It'll be.
I'm sure it's written.
I'm sure they won't mention any kind of name whatsoever. Like Dan said that they weren't going to do anymore, even though they broke that rule like the place last night and wiped their rear end with it when Dan was there. But Dan's in charge, guys. Yeah. He's in charge.
Look at him. He demands respect.
What I don't get is like why doing that when I'm pretty sure not a single person outside of the Proverb guys actually believes them. I've not heard a single person outside of their YouTube channel think that that is the case, that Dan is actually in charge. So what's the point?
That's a very, very good question.
I can only imagine it's just to save face at this point. Like, if they switch back this immediately after the fact, it'll just be too blatantly obvious that it was a setup. So they've got to wait for a little while until they can sweep that one back under the rug.
I think
They seem to be a misapprehension that they seem to be under the misapprehension that in the information age you can just like wait long enough for people to forget about things, and that's just not how it works anymore.
Hello, my friendly humans. Miss Mazda. Oh, not Miss Mazda. There.
Oh, not Missing Mod. Well, I'm glad we know their identity isn't Missing Mod.
Do anyone start Missing Mod? Where do you think that Miss Outcast?
Missing Mod needs to join the kitty cat cult.
Yes, she does. Everyone has to. Not everyone, not Stephen Boland.
What about Achilles?
Yeah.
Achilles welcome to join.
What about Dan?
Well, he can't because he's the he's the minister.
Yeah, he's in charge of another ministry.
What
Right.
about?
Wouldn't want to distract Dan from his mountain of responsibility.
What about Lupin?
Nah.
Nah.
What about Dustin?
Yeah, sure.
What about AJ?
AJ's
Yeah, AJ's cool.
What about Tim?
Sure.
What about Skylar?
I think we're good on Sky.
Yeah.
I think Skylar had more than enough opportunities.
I think so.
What aboutism?
What aboutism?
Yeah.
That is a difficult question. That is a difficult question.
It is. And you know what? It's a question so difficult that now that I've arrived back at home with my little Scooby in tow, I'm going farewell.
No. Wow.
You guys have a good one.
Okay. Say hi to Scooby.
I miss you.
The lonely cold.
Well, we think Sir Dan.
I'm so tired of Dan. He's been given so many chances and he's shown no redeeming qualities so far.
What about Father Charles? Can he join?
Of course.
What about?
I thought he already had. I'm a bit concerned that he has not. He needs to fall in line.
What about it? And what aboutism join?
What aboutism can join, but it's very much question about what about? Oh, yeah.
Seems
You
like
never know with what abouts. Huh?
Chat's working again.
Yeah.
What about Richard? Can he join?
Who?
Richard.
Sure.
What about what about the Povertines? Can they join?
They can absolutely join.
Do you see the other two Povertines show?
You know them.
Oh. Yeah, it's been 4 hours up. Oh, go ahead.
No, I've not seen any Proverbs. I don't watch the Proverbs channel at all, actually. I only see what whenever we play something on here. Yeah. Well, that's not 100% true, but it's 100% true for the last while. And also, I went on there shortly earlier this year, a month ago or 2 months ago, maybe. And I had to leave because it was in the middle of the night.
Sorry about that.
No, that's not your fault.
We're having a show later on at 7:30.
Yes, and it's about Satan and the church.
Yeah,
and
part
everyone
3.
should join. Part 3 on the topic of Satan's character.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the name? Alex Jones says that's Harry Cunningham. She's a demon.
Yeah.
He's a funny guy.
He is. He's a very. Yeah, I hope he's taking his blood pressure medicine though, because he gets very easily worked up.
Thank you for being on here. I'll see you guys later.